Good morning. Good morning in a quite cold Vienna outside. So it's very good to be here inside because it is warm and we will have a lot of knowledge today. And I would like to welcome you at the beginning of this event because the next 2.5 days we take care on culture. Now you might think, why is culture so important for military events? We are here sitting in a military environment. And there was quite recently a conference in Den Haag to celebrate, or to start the celebrations on the 70 years of the Jubilee of the Hague Convention. And on that one, an UNESCO recommendation was issued, and they said, UNESCO highlights the need for continued involvement of defense and security personnel in high-level discussions on the implementation of the 1954 Hague Convention. So here we are on the right location. And it is important that we will have today a lot of speeches, live and video. We will have an artistic performance, and not only by the Lower Austrian Brass Ensemble, but also from researchers and artists here on the ground. We will have panel discussions, and you will also have the chance for an active participation. I would like to say thank you very much to the organizers. And to warm you up a little bit, there are two persons which stand behind cultural heritage in Austria. This is Nicole Gruber and Anna Buhr. Please stand up and applause for your activities. Today, and if you look into the program outline, we will have introducing the significance of cultural property and cultural heritage for societies and humanity, as well as its implications and benefits for armed forces in a broad and comprehensive perspective. And who is attending today? And I would like to say welcome now to the highest military representative, and I will not use academic degrees, otherwise it would take too long for us. And I would like to start with Arnold Kammer, the Secretary General and the General Director of the Defense Policy Directorate of the Austrian Federal Ministry of Defense. Thank you very much for coming. We are here in the National Defense Academy, and of course there's a commandant, and it's a great pleasure for me to welcome the commandant of the National Defense Academy and the Director of Training and Austrian Armed Forces, Lieutenant General Erich Zitkowitz. That was not the military part. Now let's come to the civil part. The head of Cultural Heritage Protection Treaties Unit and in the UNESCO Secretariat of the 1954 Hague Convention, Anna Sidorenko. Thank you very much for joining us. And then Martin Fritz, the Secretary General of the Austrian Commission for the UNESCO. To have such a conference, it is not only important that there is a local team in the National Defense Academy, but that there are also many partners, like the UNESCO is supporting this event. So one of the partners is Blue Shield Austria, and we will have Karl Habsburg-Lothringen here, just coming from the Ukraine, I have learned, and thank you for being here, Karl Habsburg. There is a university in Austria, which is in Krems situated, the University for Continued Education, and there's a center for cultural property protection, and Major Anna Kaiser, she's also here, and you will also see her in the next days participating. Thank you very much. Next, Brigadier General Youssef Haider, the commander of the Independent Works Regiment of the Lebanese Armed Forces. He should be here. And this is an international conference. And you know, an international conference also requires ambassadors. So we have a long list of ambassadors, and let's name Ambassador Elman Abulayev, Permanent Delegation of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Now it's an easier to spell for me, Ambassador Regina Fiegel, Permanent Delegation to Austria to the UNESCO. You will come. And Ambassador Clemens Koya, Austrian Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Head of Department of Multilateral Cultural Cooperation. He also will come. There's also an organization which is supporting this one. This is the Austrian Society for Cultural Heritage, Kulturgüterschutz. I'm the president of this organization. That's why I'm standing here. And now I'll make a block reading for some participants who are very important because they are representatives of international organizations. From the United Nations, Murat Yildiz and Emma Kütlip. From the OECD, Walter Cameron. From the European Union, Alfio Gulotto and Dominic Horn. From the NATO School Oberammergau, Victor Andassi Sege. And from Blue Shield International, Michael de la Cruz and Hamadai Gay. Welcome, and it's good that you are here. Thank you very much. And finally, I welcome you all. Our Austrian and international guests from various institutions and organizations, our guests from diverse ministries of defense and armed forces. The whole event is for you. and the whole event is for cultural protection. That is very important. And after my introducing remarks, and now we are in time, I will hand over to the Commandant of the National Defense Academy, Lieutenant General Erich Zitkowitz. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Brigadier General. Thank you so much, Peter. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome from my side to the Austrian National Defense Academy. As the Director Training of the Austrian Armed Forces and at the same time especially as the Commandant of the Austrian National Defense Academy, it is a great pleasure and a great honor for me to welcome you here in our State Hall, the so-called Sala Terrena, to this very important 3 days lasting conference, international conference. It's almost an obligation for me as the Commandant of the Austrian National Defense Academy to give you at least a glimpse of information about the tasks, about the mission of this academy. And perhaps you asked yourself why such an international conference is taking part in the National Defense University or Academy. And my short information should give you the one or other answer for that. The Austrian National Defense Academy is the highest research and training institution of the Austrian Armed Forces. And I remember, it's a few years ago, we celebrated an anniversary. It was the year 2017, and we celebrated the anniversary of being 50 years Austrian National Defense Academy. This is not a long time, the 50th anniversary of being National Defense Academy. But in fact, training, research, education have been carried out here at this place for centuries. We celebrated in the year 2017 the 300 years anniversary of the Engineer Academy, which was established 1717. And our predecessor organization as the oldest research and training education, the highest training and education institution was the Imperial War Academy, established in the year 1852. And by the way, this building was constructed from 1746 to 1749. You can see a very old tradition. And why was the name changed from the Imperial War Academy to the later, after the World War, the Second World War, to the Staff Academy? Why was it changed in the year 1967 to National Defense Academy? You realize it was the time when the Cold War took place, and we had, on the one hand, the Warsaw Pact Treaty Organization, and on the other hand, NATO. And Austria was a neutral member between this bloc, these two blocks. And from our point of view, therefore, defense couldn't be only a matter of the military itself. It has to be a matter of the whole country, of the whole society. And therefore, the comprehensive national approach was established. And it was here, together with the Chancellery, that the comprehensive national defense, the concept of comprehensive national defense was established here. And by the way, therefore, an institution dealing with security policy matters and doing all the research activities which were necessary to do that. And therefore, it was not only a change of name to National Defense Academy from the former Staff Academy, which was doing the training and education of the senior officers only, but you needed an institution dealing with security policy matter and doing also the research activities. And therefore, from the very beginning of 1967, cooperation was very important, not only dealing with military matters itself, but more. And therefore we have all the research institutions within the Austrian National Defense Academy dealing with security policy, with ethics, but also with cultural property, for instance. And we can see in a very, very complex world, in a globalized world, that all is running together, and you can solve challenges only in cooperation and together, and not only in a one dimension. You have to realize all the different dimensions, and this is done here at the National Defense Academy. And of course, we train and educate senior officers and senior civil servants, but currently the general staff courses at master's degree level, and we have PhD programs in cooperation with the University of Vienna. And the strategic leadership course, which was tasked by the Austrian government. And with that course, you can see that representatives of all the different dimensions of other ministries, of the whole society, of the producing sector of the country, energy sector, service sector, from media, politicians and so on are participating in that strategic leadership course. And therefore, this cooperation is a living cooperation we are doing with national as well as international organizations and institutions. And therefore, we are especially very proud to be a part of national and international networks, be it at the European level, within the framework of the European Union, be it in the framework of NATO Partnership for Peace, or within the framework of the United Nations or the OSCE. The Austrian National Defense Academy has cooperation partners for the various areas of its activities. And when you look at, it was the slide before, the cooperation partners we have on board here. It's the society, the Austrian Society of Cultural Property, the Blue Shield Austria, the University for Education Krems, the Danube University, or the UNESCO, protection of cultural property in the event of armed conflict. Therefore, I'm very, very proud that we have this important international conference here currently for the next 3 days at the National Defense Academy. This immediately brings me to a second topic. We attach the great importance of this conference. When we imagine the current wars, the current conflicts on a worldwide scale, we can see how important cultural protection is. And when I remember very clearly, when I was Chief of Staff of the Minister, it was the year 2004, on the Balkan area, in the Kosovo region. An event started 2004, 17 to 19 March 2004. Riots took place there. Sacred buildings were burned down or destroyed. And churches, monasteries destroyed, damaged. And you can realize reconciliation, how important the protection of such cultural heritage is to have in a second step reconciliation. And such matters in mind, it hinders some people to do that. And therefore, the protection is very important. We try to have an inclusion of cultural property protection in military education and training. And the curricula, starting with the NCO training, the junior NCO training, and the officer junior training, have included cultural property protection in the curricula, as well as the senior officer training. And in addition, the research and activities are very important because in a second we try to train experts in cultural property protection. And they are liaison officers being to be included on the tactical, operational or strategic level in the diverse headquarters of our units of the Austrian Armed Forces. I came directly to this third part. I would like to give a few words of thanks. First of all, thank you, Anna Sitorenko, as the head of Cultural Heritage Protection Treaties Unit of the UNESCO Secretariat, for all your efforts. And thank you for supporting this conference. I will say thank you to the partners for this conference, the Austrian Society for Cultural Property Protection, the University for Continuing Education in Krems, and Blue Shield Austria. And last but not least, allow me to say thank you also to our Center for Human-Centric Leadership and Defense Awareness, and here especially to Ms. Nicole Gruber and her staff for all the efforts you have done, not only in order to prepare this conference, but also over the year, what are you doing in these matters of cultural property protection? And also thank you, Brigadier General Peter Harold, the President of the Austrian Society for Cultural Property Protection. You are a reserve and militia officer, and within your task, you not only are doing a great job as President of the Austrian Society for Cultural Property Protection, but when I have already told you that we train experts in cultural protection, we have on board you all the time. You support us all the time, and I think when we look what is happening worldwide currently, how important this work is. Thank you so much, and with this I would finish, but not ending without wishing you very, very interesting, fruitful, nice 3 days. Hopefully the weather conditions will be a bit better than today, but it's fog only. The sun is shining over the fog. You will realize perhaps we will have a sunny day at the afternoon. Thank you so much, and much success for this conference.
We will still have fog when we make the group picture, the group photo, because it's in the morning. Before we have the break here, there will be the group picture outside. But the next important speaker is Arnold Kammer, Secretary General and Defense Policy Director in the Federal Ministry of Defense, and a very security expert. So, Arnold, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, Generals, Mr. President, dear Peter, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. At the outset of this conference, let me thank the organizers for the great effort to realize this conference. This event is a result of a fruitful cooperation between civil and military, national and international, as well as governmental and non-governmental entities. I want to particularly thank our partners from the UNESCO for their continuous support and enriching contributions. The Ministry of Defense and the Austrian Armed Forces are honored to host this event as a part of the official UNESCO program in this momentous anniversary year. The conference serves as a contribution towards the UNESCO recommendations concerning cultural heritage. Presented in The Hague in May of this year, they include the implementation of civil-military partnerships and awareness-raising activities, as well as the fostering of international cooperation on the military protection of cultural property. Furthermore, the recommendations indicate the need for an enhanced involvement of defense and security personnel in discussions on the 1954 Hague Convention. In this respect, dialogue is indispensable to develop mutual understanding and trust so that we can work on finding joint solutions to global problems. The conference enables us to share knowledge and exchange perspectives on our capabilities and processes regarding cultural property protection. But why is that so important? And General Zitkovic has already alluded on that. Current crises and armed conflict show that cultural property is still at risk of substantially being damaged or destroyed. Given their significance, cultural assets can become strategic targets in armed conflicts. This includes the systemic destruction and use of cultural property for political purposes, such as to undermine the culture or identity of a community. This is also affecting people on the psychological and emotional levels. Thus, the destruction of cultural property is a strike at the heart of people and their communities. It attacks the trust, respect, and tolerance that are essential for life in a pluralist society and world. It is divisive and claims the superiority of one identity-based in-group over an out-group. It can encourage the dehumanization of others. Such action can drive people towards hate and violence. Further, the theft, looting, and illicit trafficking of cultural goods serves as additional drivers of conflict by fostering organized crime and serving as a lucrative source of income for armed groups. If we look more to the conflict management implications, we can see that deliberate attacks on cultural property are increasingly considered as a strategic element in wars and conflicts. Thus, they are perceived as a threat to international security. Cultural heritage is more and more taken into account in strategies and measures of armed forces and in the context of international crisis and conflict management. This includes policies and approaches of the UN, the European Union and NATO, whereby both tangible and intangible cultural property is addressed. Current strategies additionally emphasize the importance of cultural heritage in promoting peace and reconciliation processes. Visiting cultural sites as well as culturally significant places and monuments can provide an impetus for remembrance and debate. This can serve to promote dialogue and to build narratives that bring commonalities to the fore. In doing so, it highlights the important role of cultural assets before and after conflicts. Now more than ever, we must rise to meet the challenges that we are facing. Effective and inclusive international, as well as civil-military cooperation, is the key to respond to these threats. By signing the 1954 Hague Convention, the contracting states and the armed forces committed themselves to the protection of cultural property in armed conflicts. This includes preparatory measures in peacetime to be prepared against anticipated attacks on cultural property. Yet, on the 70th anniversary of the Hague Convention, the required measures have not been fully implemented. This raises the question if new amendments, mechanisms or protocols should be considered to address the complexity of modern-day conflicts, particularly regarding non-state actors, terrorist groups, and new technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last decade, the digital world has emerged as a new realm for communication, networking, and warfare. New technologies have reshaped the dynamics of culture as well. These developments have brought many benefits, but also many challenges. This also applies to the cultural heritage sector, where artificial intelligence, military technologies, and the protection of cultural heritage meet. While new technologies offer great potential, there are also ethical and operational risks. A part of this conference will be dedicated especially to debate those aspects and will explore whether artificial intelligence can be leveraged to protect cultural heritage in armed conflicts. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude with a few remarks. The destruction of cultural property inflicts serious harm upon individual society and the cultural heritage of the global community. It can incite and increase hostility and hate, and possibly even escalate conflicts to extreme violence. We must prevent the destruction of heritage and implement protective factors to reduce the number of people experiencing a loss of their history, identity, and culture. This includes regulations, the promotion of civil-military discourse, and international cooperation. It is our duty to protect our heritage for future generations. Let us work together with respect and determination for freedom and security. I wish you all very fruitful days here in Vienna, very good debates about how to master the challenges that we are facing in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now we had a lot of speeches, so we need something to get a feeling what means Austrian intangible culture. And it's a great pleasure that das Brassensemble from the Military Band of Law Austria now will give you the first overview on that. We will hear them again in a few minutes, but before that, we will have two video messages. The first one from Ernesto Otone Ramirez, the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Culture.
It is my great pleasure to join you in this conference today, which reflects Austria. It is my great pleasure to join you in this conference today, which reflects Austria's long-standing commitment to the implementation of the 1954 Hague Convention and its two protocols. I would like to thank Ms. Claudia Tanner, Federal Minister of Defense of Austria, and her team for the excellent organization and for their ongoing commitment to promoting the important role played by armed forces in protecting our common heritage. This event commemorates the 70th anniversary of the 1954 Hague Convention and the 25th anniversary of its second protocol, and is as an important addition to the global celebration, which was launched in May during the UNESCO conference in The Hague in the Netherlands. It is also an integral part of the ongoing efforts to establish the UNESCO Civil-Military Alliance for the protection of cultural property. Strong collaboration between civilian and military actors is one of the main pathways to the comprehensive and adequate protection of culture, both in time of peace and in time of armed conflict. Whether you are from a civilian or a military background, you play an indispensable role in the protection of heritage and upholding of international humanitarian law. We thank you for your continued dedication. 70 years on, the 1954 Hague Convention, UNESCO's first convention in the field of culture, faces a very different world, marked by complex emergencies and new operating methods in modern conflict. It is on all of us, the multilateral, military and the civilian worlds alike, to adapt to these changes and understand the growing threats, but also to embrace the new opportunities afforded by new technologies. I wish you very fruitful exchanges as you work together to protect our shared heritage. Auf Wiedersehen und bis bald.
So that was the first message, and the second message, and it was already raised, is by our Ministry of Defense, Claudia Tanner, who also had some words for us.
Distinguished guests, colleagues and partners. An anchor for memories, values and distinguished guests, colleagues and partners. It is a great honor to address you today at this important international conference on cultural property protection. Culture is an essential element of our society, an anchor for memories, values and traditions. It reflects the soul of a country. Therefore, its preservation is very important, especially in challenging times. This is exactly where events like this conference come into play. The discussion of how to protect cultural property is an issue that is more relevant than ever. As we know, safeguarding cultural heritage is not just about preserving history, it's about protecting our shared values and contributing to long-term peace and stability. I fully support the development of civil-military partnerships, like the proposed UNESCO Civil-Military Alliance on Cultural Property Protection. By working alongside experts, historians and cultural organizations, we can ensure that our armed forces have access to the specialized knowledge and training needed to safeguard cultural heritage. Specialized training and knowledge are key to making this happen. But also raising awareness about cultural property protection within our armed forces is crucial. We need to create dedicated units and capabilities with strong support from military leadership to ensure that this remains a priority at every level, from strategy to field operations. International cooperation is another key to success. By strengthening partnerships across borders and with organizations like UNESCO and other armed forces, We can share knowledge and resources to improve our response to cultural property threats during conflicts. It is crucial for defense and security personnel to remain actively involved in discussions on enforcing the 1954 Hague Convention. This ensures to stay in step with global initiatives aimed at safeguarding cultural heritage. In conclusion, cultural property protection is not just a military responsibility, but a shared global commitment. Together, through partnerships and cooperation, we can ensure that our cultural heritage is safeguarded for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now is something which you don't have seen already on the list, what is going to happen. I request the Commandant, General Čiskovic and Anna Sigoreko, can you please come shortly on the stage?
Thank you. I would like to, as a token of our appreciation and a reminder to this anniversary
Ten minutes to coffee break. So we have to listen again to good music. 10 minutes. And afterwards, we have the photo outside. And afterwards, you get a coffee. And at 11:30, we are gathering again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, coffee break, but beforehand, photo shooting. So please, come outside.
So for the group photo, please follow us outside so you can check it.
And 11:30 back here, and then you will have again a combination of more modern music, of No, Sie kommen. No stress.
Wir versuchen es nochmal, das Mikro bitte.
Esteemed generals, representative of the UNESCO, ladies and gentlemen, it's good to see you again. So this is a good indication for me that you like to be here. And after the coffee break, we will start with, again, a music session, as you can see. And here you have now some artists and scientists sitting who are making a #1 world performance, because this arrangement was never played in that way. So you are the first one to hear it. And again, it will give you also a message. And we will discuss this then later on shortly on that respect, or you also can ask questions if you like. Afterwards, we will hear Karl von Habsburg-Lothringen on tangible and intangible heritage. And then finally, we will have a video message. On all those, after all those presentations, you have the chance to ask questions. So, Paul Ertl, Günter Fleck, Oswin Schneider, from Nemnosign to Legacy, and back. The stage is yours.
So, Excellencies, Generals, ladies and gentlemen, we three want to give you a short introduction into the theme of the conference and want to bring forth some basic, very basic knowledge and our own interpretation of these things to open the whole theme. The first thing that I want to bring forth is we use two masks that you see, a silver Greek tragedy mask and a golden comedy mask. These masks will accompany us and guide us towards the whole 30 minutes or 34 minutes that we need for this presentation. The golden mask is for Mnemosyne, who is the Titan or the Greek goddess, let's say, for remembrance. And the silver mask represents Lethe. Lethe is the forgetting. So remembrance and forgetting will accompany us throughout the whole presentation. We divided it in 3 chapters, and chapter 1 will present man, or the human being, as a creator, a shaper of culture. And the second chapter will show us the human being as a destructor, as the one who forgets this culture. Both will be a play or a song, and afterwards a short scientific presentation. And afterwards we have a small play, like a Greek theater play, where we want to make the synthesis of this. And the outcome should be the fundamental need to protect cultural heritage and cultural property. So, therefore, we start with chapter 1. Humans are first and foremost creative culture-shaping beings. Culture must be protected, preserved, for it's with us all connected. Through music, art, and dance, we find unity and chance. In a world that's constantly changing, culture is what keeps us from fading. It's the light that keeps us from rebound. Be careful, flame in our heart. Culture must be protected, preserved, for it's what keeps us all connected. Through stories, traditions, and monuments, we find strength and a sense of convergence. Culture must be protected, preserved. So let's come together, hand in hand, protect the heritage of this land. It's what makes us unique and strong, gives us a sense of where we belong. Culture must be protected, preserved, for it's what keeps us all connected. Through language, customs, and beliefs, we find peace and a sense of relief. So let's cherish our culture, hold it dear, for it's what gives us purpose, keeps us near. In this world of chaos and noise, we find solace in culture, our integral voice. So, we begin now, or we proceed with the embedding of the human being in his cultural heritage and property. as an absolute prerequisite for his existence, because we already heard that culture is very needed, and here is the short scientific presentation. So cultural property must be protected. That seems to be clear to all of us from the outside. But why is that so? Is it particularly our culture, our socialization, that brings us to such a fundamental conclusion? Must be protected. We are here at this conference today precisely because of this sentence. Cultural property must be protected. End of story. And what do I want to bring up today for that? There is many research on this topic done, and I would like to share my own experience and thoughts with you today. Especially with regard to the fact that we as humans are beings in the world who can only make sense of this world with culture. And I would like to highlight two aspects as to why this is so. The first is narration, myth, and the intangible heritage that stems from this. And the second is our embedding in a triangle, or a triad as I call it, between the cultural asset that exists in practice, its ideological, philosophical premise, and the human being as third, as the vessel in which both practice and theory thrive. Imagine a goldsmith in the 15th century. He's forging a cross for his church. What does he need for it? Materials, tools, his own knowledge, a forge or a working place. All this is necessary, as well as strength, will, and a culture of interaction. So far to this individual schemes. But there is even much more behind the cross that he forges. His own ideology, a religion, a form of art and culture, a very certain and special society where this symbolic item is embedded. And today I want to highlight some prerequisites for such an item, as well as such action. As we see on the example of the goldsmith, culture is a central element of human identity and finds its expression in different forms and traditions. These are passed down through generations, and the practical outcome of this concrete, tangible cultural property. The areas of narrative, mythology, cultural memory, and the relationship between intangible cultural heritage and the tangible cultural property play an important role in this process. They offer deeper insights into the way people understand each other and how people shape the world. A central aspect of human culture is the narrative. Humans use stories to convey and preserve experiences, knowledge, and norms. Narratives are more than mere accounts of events. They create meaning, make it possible to process personal and collective experiences in an understandable structure. The ability to tell stories is deeply rooted in us humans, at our cores. This show researchers such as the famous psychologist Jerome Bruner and others throughout the last 100 years. This ability is closely linked to the transmission of traditions and knowledge, as it not only conveys individual experiences, but also collective values. Stories serve to reinforce social norms and values and create a shared identity. The basic categories of narrative can already be found in Aristotle's Poetics, but throughout the ages it is characterized by a teleological or teleonomic development, which is formed in the succession of its elements. It's event, action, event, action. A side fact here, stories, story. There's also discussion in the historical sciences about whether stories are a suitable medium or even a category for capturing and describing historical events. Does history take place in stories? Is history itself only a story? Even only a hiccup story. So, story, I like this word, story. I will not go into detail today in that regard, for that would be a different discussion. But already the Husserl student, Wilhelm Schaap, has already established an independent philosophy of stories. His basic thesis is that man is a being that is enmeshed in stories, in all our actions and perceptions. Accordingly, man is not the subject of his own constructions of meaning, but rather only acquires his identity in and with the stories in which he is enmeshed, and in which, in addition, are the fundamental medium in which meaning is accessible to him at all. A special area of the narrative is mythology, which can be considered one of the oldest forms of storytelling. Myths are profound and symbolic narratives that address fundamental questions of human existence, like questions about origin, meaning, relationship between man and nature. Myths exist in all cultures and play a central role in the worldview of a people. They help to make the unknown understandable and shape the collective consciousness. Claude Lévi-Strauss and other anthropologists, sociologists have emphasized that myths exhibit universal structures and themes that have significance across cultures, across societies, all over the world. So mythology thus connects the individual with the community and with nature. It creates a cultural identity and helps to preserve traditions and values. The telling of myths is a dynamic process in which cultural content is continuously renewed and adapted to changing conditions. In this way, mythology remains a living element of culture, linking the past and the present, and they influence social and ethical behavior. Alongside the individual memory of each person, there is also a collective or cultural memory that contributes significantly to the creation and maintenance of a cultural identity. The cultural memory forms a kind of memory reservoir for a society and is stable over generations. It always is preserved through symbols, rituals, monuments, and artifacts that commemorate significant events or myths. In this context, narratives and myths are essential components as they are stored in a structured form and transported via various media and rituals. However, the process of collective remembering and forgetting is dynamic. Events or figures can be emphasized or suppressed, depending on the current needs of society. Therefore, I come to the MIM dependence. Culture is expressed not only in narratives and myths, but also in material and immaterial form, as I said. Intangible cultural heritage includes knowledge, traditions, customs, skills, and so forth. They are passed down from generation to generation. This includes, for example, music, dances, festivals, oral narrative traditions, and so forth. These intangible forms of expressions are often closely linked to the identity of a community and play a crucial role in the transmission of cultural values. In contrast, tangible cultural property, so material cultural property, refers to physical objects such as buildings, works of art, books, and technical tools. These tangible objects are tangible testimonies of human cultural history and often symbolize a particular time or a very certain culture. Tangible cultural property is not only a source of knowledge about past civilizations, but also serves as a carrier of values and aesthetic ideas, which is very important, that reflect the depth inside of a society. The relationship between intangible heritage and tangible property is close and reciprocal. Man, so the human being, is therefore the vessel in which the reciprocity takes place. Think of the goldsmith from the beginning of my presentation. So, what does he need? He needs intangible heritage that he can figure out the tangible one. He is influenced by both of them. This is the man, intangible heritage, material property dependency. And without this dependency, no society ever existed, no society today exists, and I think no society will ever exist. So, thank you for that. Man as a culture-shaping being with the M-I-M dependency. Now we go to chapter 2. That's the bad thing. You know, silver mask is lethe. Humans are also cruel. Humans are culture-destroying beings, and this we commemorate or we tell you with the next song.
Let
So, and now the next speaker with to open the destructive part of cultural properties, let's say destruction of cultural property. Günther, please, the stage is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, now I want to give a small impression what will happen to people who had been exposed to extreme traumatic experiences. So I want to invite now to look at 3 slides and to listen to your body, to your feelings, so to say, be receptive and allow the experience to happen. Look at these pictures. Psychological trauma is a result of the destruction of cultural property. The intentional destruction of cultural property has the potential to cause severe psychological trauma in people who have a strong emotional connections. This means an identification to these objects. So my aim of the following presentation is, I would like to offer an understanding of psychological trauma that illustrates the effects of the intentional destruction of tangible and intangible cultural property. 2 questions. What goes on in people who have been severely traumatized? How do psychological traumas manifest themselves? So I have 4 small parts. First, main sources of disasters. Second, human responses following disasters. Third, psychological warfare. And finally, a conclusion. Main sources of disasters. So we have 3 main dimensions. First, natural disasters, we all know very well. Then accidental disasters, when we have an accident with an aircraft, whatever. And the most bad one of these is the deliberately caused disasters, as like as bombing, torture, death camps, and intentional destruction of cultural property. Human responses following disasters. So there are a lot of clinicians and psychiatrists all over the world who would share the same process model as I like present to here. It is from Kullberg, a Swedish psychiatrist. He makes a distinction between a shock phase. There's first an outcry, it doesn't have happened. It didn't happen. And we want to deny this very bad experience. We try to put it out from our consciousness. After this first shock period, which may last a few minutes, but also or even days, the second phase is a reaction phase. And there we have 2 substructures, a denial phase and an intrusion phase. The denial phase means that we want to put out what had happened from our mind. It didn't happen. But we cannot escape. After this denial, always a kind of intrusion is following. This means that we have some kinds of flashback experiences, that we have nightmares, that we have very bad feelings about these extreme experiences. And these 2 phases are alternating, weeks, months, and even years. The third phase means that we will confront with the bad things which had happened to us, to accept what has happened. And this is the most important element to get free for the future time. Yes, it happened. My family is dead, I cannot see anymore, and so on. And if you can accept what has happened, then you have a chance for a kind of a reorientation. A little bit more in detail. We have at the left side normal stress response states of mind when we are confronted with severe traumatic experiences. There is the event, the outcry, the denial and the intrusion, and the working through process and the completion of the left side. And normally, a lot of people have the power to get free without professional help. We never should forget this. Not every person is automatically traumatized, but it happens to a lot of people. When this normal response, and everybody of us would have the response of the left side when confronted with such a traumatic experience, when this response is excessively intense or prolonged, then on the right side we have feeling of being overwhelmed, we have the experience of panic, confusion, exhaustion. We try to develop maladaptive avoidances, for example, to take drugs or to drink alcohol, whatever. And we have emotional flooded states, extreme sadness, depression, or anger. Also anger is such a symptom of this. On the left side, we have the working through process. And when this is stopped, when people are not become able to think about the bad experiences and to confront themselves with it, then this working through process gets blocked, and the following is suppression of emotion. And this can last for years, for many, many years, even decades. So if the completion act of the left side, which normally people can reach, cannot be reached, then the consequence will be inability to act or love as a character distortion. Psychological warfare. What has this now to do with psychological warfare? This is my argumentation. The US Department of Defense defines psychological warfare or cyber as the following: the planned use of propaganda and other psychological actions having the primary purpose of influencing the opinions, emotions, attitudes, and behavior of hostile foreign groups in such a way as to support the achievement of national objectives. The national interest of belligerent actors may be to demoralize the opponent, the enemy, to persuade him to give up his resistance and ultimately to subjugate him. Furthermore, the eradication of the opponent's identity by any means possible may be sought. The intentional and systematic destruction of tangible and intangible cultural property is used to produce on the enemy loss of identity, demoralization, dehumanization, and severe post-traumatic disorders. The destruction of cultural properties represents an irreversible material loss aimed by symbolically at the national character of a population. Such objects are deeply incorporated into a society's meaning systems, essential to personal, religious, or national identity of individuals. My conclusions? The intentional and systematic destruction of cultural properties may have a strong impact, the sense of post-traumatic stress disorder, on the subjective well-being of humans, demoralization, traumatization, dehumanization, production of their post-traumatic stress disorders, and so on. From a military ethical perspective, destruction of cultural property has to be understood as a kind of psychological warfare. Since this kind of warfare acts against universal human rights, It must be condemned and rejected. Thus, it is illegitimate. Thank you for your attention.
So, now you heard some, let's say, stories about how man is a culture-shaping being, and let's say the traumatization with song and speech of man as a culture-destroying thing. So Mnemosyne and Lethe are very important for every single culture, and our mission is to sustainably protect cultural property and heritage and change it at the same time. And this should be our chapter 3 and concluding chapter. And we will begin with a small Greek dialogue with no choir. The choir will be to be, but you will hear what now.
Hail to thee, dear Mnemosyne.
Also hail to thee, dear Lethe. How nice to see you again. I often think about how important memories are for preservation of our culture and community.
Yes, Mnemosyne, that may be so. But have you ever thought about how forgetting and decline can also be important? Without them, there would be no development. Nothing new could emerge.
Of course, forgetting can also have its advantages. But I still believe that memories help us to preserve our identity. They tell our history and shape our future.
That may be true, but sometimes it's also important to cut away old habits and make room for something new. Forgetting can help us to free ourselves from baggage and develop further.
That's right. Change is important for growth. But I still believe that we shouldn't just forget our past. It has shaped and molded us and shouldn't just be wiped away.
You are right, Mnemosyne. It's probably a question of the balance between remembering and forgetting. Both have their place and play an important role in the development of culture and community.
Exactly, Lethe. It's important that we recognize and respect both aspects. Only then can we really move forward and maintain our culture and community.
We recognize that no culture is absolute. If someone believes that they are in possession of the ultimate absolute truth, they develop a sense of mission and destroy everything else. We recognize that there are other cultures with equal rights alongside our own. All their heritage and property must be equally protected. We recognize that cultures and values change. That is why people must be open to new things without immediately throwing the old overboard. Only together we can survive. Only together can we thrive. Only together we make a worth to live life.
So, that was it. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I am now interested how the presenters of the next days will do it. This is somehow the benchmark for you. So if you didn't prepare something, you have the whole night to train on that one. But now it's also on you to ask questions to the presenters, especially to Paul Ertl and Günter Fleck. So may I ask, and start with the first question by myself to Paul Ertl. Why did you make such a structure? How long did it take to develop this story?
Yeah.
Can I take the microphone?
Yeah, because otherwise, well, we have also here. This is our standalone thing. Because we are not allowed to kids. Here, yeah. Okay, so I will sit there. Well, when preparing the conference, I was in charge of the cultural heritage protection within the armed forces, but we had a structural change, and now I'm not anymore in charge of this area. But at the very first moment, when we begin to organize this conference, I thought, well, we should make something else, not every time the same presentations, half an hour, this guy, half an hour, the other guy, and then questioning and all these other things. And as I know two very creative guys, Günter Fleck and Oswin Schneider, I asked them if they could help by generating something special. Well, one says it's cool, one says it's not so cool, but special, yeah. And some creative inputs. And there I thought, well, what are we dealing with cultural property protection? What is the sense, what is the essence of cultural property, of our cultural heritage, and so on? And I found out that we have two different things, the intangible thing and the material thing. And for that, I wanted to have these two parts in a creative way, introduced in a creative way, and introduced in a, let's say, scientific, more or less scientific way, to open up the whole conference. And because of that, well, the texts are all new. They are never they were never sang before. So, and it's very, let's say, especially not in that form. And so I wanted to create one lovely theme, or more or less lovely theme for the first part. And wie hast du gesagt, es ist eine very bad thing for the second theme. And there it was the thing. Yeah. You want to?
That's very bad to sing like that. It's their own technique, and it's very dangerous for the voice, but he's profi. He's very good.
More or less, no. You're the profi here, so no. Thank you, but growling is normally not my main thing.
When Paul first asked me to think about his idea, I was thinking, very crazy, but why not? Then we started to think about how to realize this idea. And I was looking for certain musicians because we both alone couldn't have done this work. It would be impossible. Finally, I found a good friend of old times, Oswin Schneider, who was also crazy enough to say, yes, let's try it. And we started a first, 2 weeks ago, the first time to make a probe, a session. We had a second session and a general probe here, so we had 3 probes for this complete program. So I hope it was understandable, and the idea behind from you can be, you can understand our ideas now underlying this concept, yes.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the auditorium? If not, here, well, Your Excellency. So the microphone is coming.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you so much. Let me introduce myself. My name is Elman Abdullah. I'm ambassador of Azerbaijan and permanent delegate to UNESCO. Well, thank you so much for these creative ideas, and it's definitely had the first impression in me that you could save the world. And looking at my colleague who's sitting with me from the UNESCO, I believe we could encourage you to come to UNESCO and be part of our creative, I would say, approach towards the member states, and maybe you could, you know, convince and work with the member states with your creative ideas to further, I would say, bring all our queries and the concerns in a very eloquent and a very creative ways that you have done. But my question is not exactly like yours, but quite similar. When you came to this was this, you know, creative approach, did you, well, to my understanding, yet each of you has certain expertise and the knowledge and the convention itself and the way how we're dealing with the complexities and the challenges that our world is facing. But did you think that the other way is more of a monotone and more of a one-sided, and did you think that this way of being more creative would bring some kind of new way solutions? This is like, do you think that this approach would help the national community think, you know, in a more comprehensive way? Because the messages were great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this.
Short answer, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you for this really important question, because yes, I think there are two. My account is twofold. The first thing is it is very necessary to make pure scientific research and pure scientific presentations, and it's helpful, needful, and everything else. But I wanted to open up the whole thing and bring a little bit more creativity. If one likes it or not, we had a feast here. Yeah, you know. And I think it's also important. So that's the first thing. Yeah. Very important, the scientific part, and but a little bit to spread it up. And the second thing is, I think that we can gather better insights or other insights maybe when coming to a creative source, to a creative part of ourselves. And there we can find other solutions, other possibilities that we have never thought of before. Also, altered states of consciousness may be very helpful. Sometimes you drink a beer and think on things or that you have not thought before. So I don't want to stress now, drink alcohol and so on. But this is also, beer is also a cultural product, you know.
Good. Thank you very much. So big applause to the presenters. And this is, in addition, the applause for welcoming Karl Habsburg. You're just coming from the Ukraine, so can you please tell us what did you do there shortly, and afterwards you will have tangible and intangible heritage, pillars of cultural resilience and continuity. Karl?
Dear General, dear Peter, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, of course, it's a great pleasure to be here and talk about the topic that I really love and that I think is of such a great importance, and especially in the times that we are living in with such a huge amount of crises that are evolving all over the world. I think it is all the more important to talk about that. And of course, you mentioned at the beginning, it is a difficult act to follow, I have to admit. Because, of course, you have already presented pretty much everything which is to say, especially also about the intangible cultural heritage, because you were reaching for three different parts of it, which is music, which is performance, and which is also a heritage element in it, and brought it all together. So on one side, thank you very much for bringing this brilliant example in the beginning, and not thank you that much that I have to follow this. So it's very complicated. But nevertheless, dear Peter, you were mentioning I was just coming from Ukraine. It's correct, I was just coming back, and I'm not going to talk a lot about it. You have it every day in the media. I'm just telling you a little story which happened actually 2 days ago, and which I thought was a bit telling for also our topic here. I was spending the time in Kharkiv, which is very directly next to the front line. And it was very interesting. We were handing over some goods there. It doesn't matter the details about that. But we were handing over, amongst other, buses, which are desperately needed there in order to evacuate people from the front line that are getting caught about in the front line. And we were handing over those buses to the governor of the Kharkiv province in front of the governor's palace in the main square of Kharkiv, which is the second biggest city square in Europe. And we're handing the buses over in the afternoon and go back to the hotel, and 4 hours later we already hear an almighty explosion, which was KAB 500. It's a glide bomb, it's a Russian glide bomb, which was lobbed exactly to the square where we just had handed over the buses. Luckily the buses were gone, but what really was striking me was, while we were on this square, they were setting up a Christmas scene. They were putting up Father Christmas and reindeers and God knows what, all of that. And this bomb was hitting exactly the Christmas scene and literally taking that apart. I have to say the bomb was probably not aimed at the Christmas scene, which is really Christmas, is our heritage here. Yeah, it's definitely partly tangible, partly intangible heritage. The bomb was definitely aimed at the governor's palace, which is probably 30 meters away. By the way, it is a listed cultural heritage building. It was built in the 1920s by an American architect in the type of, colossal American building. So it is a listed building. Those bombs are not very precise, but they pack a lot of punch. 455 kilos of explosives in it. It's pretty much the biggest that they have in the inventory that they're using currently. So the hole on the square and the destruction on the square was rather substantial. Luckily, not too many people were injured in this case, but in the same attack, they attacked an apartment building with 17 people that got killed at the same moment. So this is Ukraine life and what's happening there. And that should also remind us on what we are doing and how important it is to basically work on our cultural heritage protection as part of protection of humanity, as it was pointed out in the beginning by all speakers very much. So I think this is a great importance. But let me come to the mixture of tangible and intangible cultural heritage, of which I think is so important. So in the beginning, probably I'll start with a spoiler alert to everybody, but I think I'm preaching to the crowd that knows it anyway. I don't really have to mention this too much, but I think when we as soldiers and people linked to the military talking about culture, we always have to take a holistic approach. And we have not only to look at the tangible culture, we have to look at the intangible culture at the same time, because particularly on international missions, this is most likely, intangible culture is most likely the first thing we will be confronted with. And then, of course, to be followed directly also by the tangible culture. So if we come to the definition of culture, of course, I apologize for one thing. I'm a lawyer. I've studied law. So I'm looking at things from a legalistic point of view. If you look at definitions, what culture and cultural heritage is in all the legal practices we have seen also by international organizations, it usually takes a long time just to read through the definition. It becomes very complicated. It goes over pages, and it usually deals entirely with tangible cultural heritage. And so it was a great breath of fresh air when the intangible cultural heritage with the convention of 2003 was finally hitting the ground and also bringing a new aspect to it. And of course, I very much, when it comes to definitions, I very much like one specific definition. I am apologizing to those of my colleagues that have heard me mentioning this quite a couple of times. It's a definition, for me, the best definition that is done of cultural heritage was done by a cultural anthropologist, Lord Raglan, in 1933, when he said, culture is roughly everything we do and animals don't. And I think this is a really great definition because it really shows that everything we do to produce something lasting, whether it is tangible or intangible, is part of our culture, is part of the interwovenness of our culture, what really creates our society, and of course also destroys in our society, as we have seen in the performance before in a really great way. So culture really has to be approached in a very broad way, and of course it has to be approached in a all-time broader way for one of the elements that we have experienced, especially since the Second World War, and that is the fact that we have seen a very dramatic change in warfare over time. So the Second World War was basically armies representing a country or an alliance bashing at each other. This is traditional warfare with a declaration of war standing in the beginning. And this is the classical warfare as we know it, but which does in that form really not existing anymore. Yes, we see armies hitting on each other right in the neighborhood here in the Ukraine, but you see that even the Russians don't dare to call it a war. They're still giving it this very strange long name, which I don't want to mention here because it's complete rubbish. It is a war and nothing else. But it really shows part of that of that change in the warfare that we're all experiencing. And the change in the warfare is really from the traditional warfare, from, let's say, international warfare, warfare between nations, to, let's say, inter-ethnic warfare, intercultural warfare, inter-religious warfare. These elements become stronger and stronger in all the different elements that we are actually seeing in warfare. And of course, when these elements, which are digging deep into the emotional field of the society involved in it, then these warfares also become much more asymmetric as they used to be. So what we are seeing in different types of conflicts today all over the world, they're getting constantly a stronger element of asymmetry in it, and also in the consequence of the warfare has become very often changed in order to past times, and a lot of you are of course very much familiar with that. And that is that as a consequence of the war, we are seeing the creation of, or the intent to create new nations. So the nation building aspect has become much stronger there, and therefore also the military approach to the warfare very often has become much more part of what we know as CIMIC than what we know as part of the immediate fighting forces. So this nation building is an element in it. I have to say one more thing in this connection, probably to Ukraine, and I apologize here because I'm going to quote somebody. and it's a bit rough language, and I hope especially all the ladies here to forgive me for saying it this way, but I just heard this last weekend from an officer there who was looking at the war in Ukraine, and he said what we see in Ukraine is the First World War having sex with the Third World War, and the production is the Ukrainian war. You find the most strange elements in this war that you can possibly imagine. Currently, there are over 1 million drones, more or less, in the air or ready to go into the air, destroy themselves, come back with information, something like this. Elements we could not have imagined a couple of months ago that they would be part of a modern warfare that has never been seen in this way before. But then on the other side, we are evolving backwards in warfare to some degree. Suddenly we are having trench war. I had the possibility to talk to some soldiers and go there over the last couple of days, and what totally fascinated me as a little aspect of that is the fact that for the soldiers have a new weapon of choice for close combat, which they need in the trench warfare, and this is the battle axe. Suddenly you see battle axes appearing all over the place in modern materials, in most incredible modern forms that you see, and that has become the weapon of choice for the close combat that is actually happening there. I mean, I don't know who of you has seen the Netflix series Valhalla. I just have watched it a couple of months ago, and I was going, I cannot believe what I see here, that actually we see a retrograding type of warfare that, yes, was part of the First World War and probably part of wars 1,000 years ago, and suddenly it's becoming part of modern warfare. So we see really this change of warfare, which is, since it brings cultural, ethnic, religious aspects in the forefront, is something that heightens tremendously the importance of the protection of cultural heritage, which is really necessary in this case. I mean, considering that the Second World War was, of course, having cultural heritage destruction in it. I'm just mentioning the destructions of Dresden on one side and Coventry on the other side. We have to say that in the Second World War, this was much more part of psychological warfare than it was warfare that was directed to destroy cultural heritage, as we see it now in those modern wars, as has been shown before by the pictures that were coming up here. So the approach to the destruction of cultural heritage has really has changed a lot. And of course, with the fact how the military approach to the destruction of cultural heritage has changed, also the legal background, sorry again, the lawyer comes through here, the other hat, has changed by creating new legal bases on which this work is actually happening. So yes, of course, we as cultural property protection officer, as I still have the great honor to serve in this capacity in the Austrian Armed Forces, of course, for us, the Hague Convention was something which was of the greatest importance, happening with the recognition of the destruction of cultural heritage in the Second World War. So it was basically coming up at that. Then, of course, there were several other conventions coming up. I don't know what, the 1970 Convention on Illicit Traffic and the Heritage Conventions, which were created over time to create a new basis for it. But the problem with those conventions was, of course, over time, that there was no legal structure to sanction violations of those conventions. UNESCO, and we always forget that, we always hear critical voices about UNESCO not doing anything in these crisis situations. But then we really have to ask ourselves, UNESCO does not have an executive arm. What can they do? They can mention what's happening, they can document, they can train, they do a huge amount. But what they cannot do is march somewhere in with blazing weapons and say we are protecting cultural heritage or we're doing something about that, because this institution does not exist. And that's something where we really have to protect UNESCO in what they are doing, because this is the way how they work, how they can do something, and how they can work with the conventions. So it was incredibly important when the ICC was created, the International Criminal Court was created. So there suddenly were then, luckily, two courts of justices. The ICC is, of course, the more important one. The International Court of Justice, the ICJ, is also of great importance because the verdicts of the ICJ sometimes lead to cases in the ICC, so they are both interdependent in some way, but the ICC has become basically the court that was leading some oomph, some muscle to the activities for the protection of cultural heritage. So then, of course, we are coming to my favorite convention, which is the 2003 Convention on the Intangible Cultural Heritage, because, of course, it had broadened the sense, the importance of a cultural heritage overall to a great degree. And just allow me to make a couple of more flippant remarks. I was pointed to that convention for the first time in 1999, when it was still completely in the first elements of the process of creating the Convention on Intangible Cultural Heritage. And I dare say that at that time, nobody really knew what intangible cultural heritage was and how to define it, how to get into that. Yes, of course, some Asian nations have a better feeling because they are dealing with their intangible cultural heritage in a different way. UNESCO at the time had a general secretary who was from Japan. So he understood very well what was going on there, and he was also from his side pushing this convention, and I will get into the content of this convention in a moment. So that was extremely helpful, but I dare say that, I mean, some of you are extremely well knowledgeable on how the process works, that these type of conventions become effective. So you need a critical amount of countries to ratify. The convention gets passed by UNESCO, and then you need a critical amount of countries ratifying this convention so that it becomes actually, it becomes part of international law. So this Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention was, I think, to my knowledge, but you will correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong, the convention which on the fastest track got enough signatures to actually become effective, which at the time was, I think, if I remember well, 33 countries which had to ratify it. And that basically meant that within 3 years, the ratification process in these countries had happened, and those countries were then basically creating it effective. I was at the time very much engaged with some countries to try and lobby this convention very much, try to get ratification processes done for that convention. And I dare say that a lot of the countries that were getting into it and looking at it just signed on to it because they did not really fully understand what the convention was all about. They were reading it and they saw there is nothing problematic in it, and there is nothing that would probably violate their national law in it, so they can easily sign on to it. And only later did they then recognize the real importance of that convention and the dimension that that convention was actually having. And before getting more into that convention, of course, I want to mention one more legal element which I think is of great importance and what is quite often forgotten. And that is that in 2017, there was a resolution by the UN Security Council regarding Mali, the MINUSMA Resolution 2056, which was passed there, which was for the first time also putting the protection of cultural heritage onto the duty list of soldiers on international missions for United Nations. So I think for those of us, and there are many here in the room that have been dealing with this, it was one of the most important legal elements that was happening, really saying, yes, also the frontline soldier has not only to know about it, but has probably also to act about protection of cultural heritage overall. So 2017, this was, I think, also an incredibly important element. If I'm coming to the convention itself, the Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage, as it's the exact name. Today, just a little figure, I know I was told by, and not I was told, but one always says if somebody mentions more than 3 figures within a speech, about 1/3 of everybody goes to sleep in the audience. So I'm trying to keep the numbers very much back. But there are currently 183 countries that have ratified the 2003 convention. And of course, the important thing is to talk a little bit about what does this convention actually cover. And the first point that it's covering is called the oral traditions and expressions, including language as a vehicle of the intangible cultural heritage. And in this expression, there is something which is of great importance. There was a huge debate at the beginning of this convention. Is language part of intangible cultural heritage? And there was a very strong resistance from many countries that said, okay, we have basically intruders or that are using language as means of communication or as means of showing identity, and we don't want to allow them to basically declare their language immediately as part of cultural heritage. I have to admit I do not have too much understanding for this type of argument. Language is our main vehicle that we have for communication, but also for tradition and everything else involved in that. And so the way to actually get language in some way into the convention was by saying language is protected the moment it becomes the vehicle of the intangible cultural heritage. And that I think is of a real great importance. Then furthermore, as elements in it, we have performing arts, which we have just seen before as it was done here. We have the element of social practices, rituals, and festive events. And I think this point of social practices, rituals, and festive events is one of those elements which is of the absolute greatest importance to any soldier on an international mission. Because of course, what he is going to be confronted in as a third party in the conflict will be that he sees that one group that has a specific identity is going to go against the identity of another cultural group. It will be, processions. It will be festivities that are celebrated. It will be many of those intangible elements that one group will try to oppose of happening. And therefore, soldiers that are coming into a conflict like this will have to deal with the fact that most likely both groups will have a right to perform their own heritage, their own intangible cultural heritage, and therefore one of the first things they might be confronted with before, of course, they will be confronted also with the tangible cultural heritage, as every single soldier here in the room who has been part of some of those missions has experienced when it goes to the protection of, let's say, churches and mosques and museums and libraries and cemeteries and plenty of other places. But it's the intangible part that plays this huge important role. Then, of course, furthermore, in the convention, you have the knowledge and practices concerning nature and the universe. And this is one element in it, as you can imagine. For example, there are many countries that have, especially when it comes to medicine, traditional medicine. I'm mentioning this particularly because we are in Austria, and one of the first great conferences that Austria did on that convention was an international convention on traditional medicine and the protection of indigenous medicine that is used in different places. So I think that is of great importance. And then, as a further point that is mentioned as part of intangible cultural heritage is traditional craftsmanship. So the crafts that you'll see everywhere is also part of those elements that should be protected. And in order to round the convention up, it says that heritage, the intangible heritage, is something which is constantly evolving. I'll give you an example. For example, in language, how language is evolving. We all know that all our dictionaries need an update every year of a couple of words that are the new words of the year that are finding entrance into those dictionaries. Language is constantly evolving. We see this when you have groups of people that are moving, and they are moving in different directions. And if you go 50 years or 100 years later and compare how their language has evolved, you will see quite some differences in that. I'll give you a classical example, which is, well, this is actually a long time ago. But you know, our dear neighbors, the Hungarians, about a little bit more than 1100 years ago, they were coming from some Asian parts and they were moving into the Danube Basin. And while the big group of Hungarians were moving into the Danube Basin, two groups were splitting off before they reached the Danube Basin. One group was going up into the area of what is Estonia and Finland, and the other group was moving into an area which is today in eastern Romania. So the one in eastern Romania only were kind of splitting off about 200 years ago. And even between the groups, the so-called Changos, which are living in eastern Romania and Moldova, if you compare the language they are speaking with the modern Hungarian of today in Hungary, it is already quite substantial. But if you compare the Hungarian language that has evolved in Estonian and in the Finnish language, that is of course something which has evolved completely to an extent that when you compare modern-day Hungarian with Finnish or Estonian, there are only about 50 words that are still recognizable in common and the same language, and all 50 words have to do with hunting and fishing. So, I mean, that just shows how long ago basically this split happened, and how much later how they were developing, and what stayed the same, which areas stayed the same. So this is the constantly evolving part of intangible cultural heritage. Then, of course, it has to be developed by communities, and it is passed down by generations. So it's something that you cannot just take some modern development and try and declare it as intangible cultural heritage. It has to be something that has evolved over the generations. And at that stage, allow me to say, since we were very much involved in the beginning of that, I have to say a couple of words of the role that Blue Shield was playing in all of that, and the role that Blue Shield has in connection to that. For Blue Shield, of course, it was important to kind of bring this holistic approach of what culture is and how it is approached in a conflict, to bring this in combination, that you would bring always civilian institutions and military institutions together. And again, if I have time, I'll just tell a little classical joke that has happened here in Austria during one of the very early trainings. We had a big training seminar in Vorarlberg, in the westernmost part of Austria. This was, I think, in the year 2004, so 20 years ago, if I remember. And we had 16 countries that were present at that. I know a couple of colleagues are sitting here that have been part of that and have been part in the preparation also of that exercise. But I will never forget one thing, that it was fascinating to see. We were binding one of the local museums into the overall exercise, and the teams, which were combined teams from different countries and different backgrounds that we were putting together, had to run through different exercises. And one exercise was to go into the local museum and basically get a specific amount of objects they could take and they could transport, and they were getting a very short period of time, and they had to do one of the most complicated things that militaries have to do in a certain way, and this is triage. Basically triage, saying this is important and has to go, this is probably important but will stay, and this is unimportant, we're not going to take it. And I can tell you, it was for me one of the funniest moments of my life. I was in this museum observing those groups running through, and this was a museum which was active. Tourists were walking through the museum. And suddenly you saw groups of 3 soldiers in different uniforms rushing into the museum and going like, yeah, we take this piece, and this piece is complete nonsensical, but we don't want that. And look how this looks, we don't like, oh, this is a cool piece over there, we take that one, and we bring it along. And this was one type of soldiers there. But then you had others, the ones that were coming and that were not running through the museum, but they went actually to the little old lady which was sitting at the cashier and asking, what is important for you in this museum? Yeah? And these were, of course, the one, obviously, that got the cookie points in this specific stand. So this is a little way how we get that. So this is how Blue Shield is trying to put this very much into training, binding together military and civilians, working much more on doing training beforehand, much rather than doing damage reduction after the catastrophe has actually happened. And in this framework, of course, we were able to do quite a couple of great trainings. And I want to mention one of those trainings for several reasons, because it has to do with the actual situation that we are experiencing. And this is the trainings that we have been doing with UNIFIL on one side and with LAF on the other side. And Colonel, when I'm seeing you here, you have been part of all of those exercises. I'm so glad to see you here with us on an occasion like that. But of course, we should not forget that UNIFIL as a UN institution is the only international deployment of United Nations that has a World Heritage Site on their immediate premises. So of course that allows the training exercise to be very efficient, and of course it was great to have the combination between UNIFIL and then the Lebanese Armed Forces at the same time to train on those different training areas. So we were able to train and then at the later stage also see how the training was actually working when the big explosion happened in Beirut, which brought this unbelievable destruction also to so many buildings of importance, listed buildings, museums, cultural sites, an absolutely unbelievable destruction. And it was absolutely great to see, and the importance on having had the training beforehand, the working between the international institutions, the working between international organizations like Blue Shield, but also, of course, the local organization which have the local knowledge, like in this specific case, the Lebanese Armed Forces actually in place. It was just showing how important this is, but also to have the understanding on what you can do in place. It showed one thing which I thought was very important, and I also want to mention this here. We are having Joanne Farshach giving a presentation afterwards. I hope she's talking about the mission that we all had at the time of the explosion in Beirut. But what was developed at the time was also a tool which I think is of great importance, and that's typical a tool you can use for all types of cultural heritage, is a documentation tool, and a tool that is constantly evolving because what enters the tool, also the electronic tool, is what happens to this specific site. What is done for preservation, what is done for restoration, in which way can it evolve in a positive way. And it is, of course, a brilliant tool also to share with the local authorities so that they can use the same tool and they can observe what is happening in the field. So that was a fantastic thing. It would work on a telephone. People could take photos on it, which would enter the tool automatically. We could share it. It was absolutely great. And this is part of the development of the experience that we have found in the collaboration between the different players in a field where the mission was taking place, between the different players from the civilian, but also from the military, but also from the international side in that. But that basically brings me to a conclusion, which is, I think, one of the most important experiences that we learned when it comes for protection of cultural heritage. And I'm talking about both. I'm talking about tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Then really it is courage that is necessary. Most important thing is, for example, a soldier who sees an object which is of cultural value. I'm not even saying of how big the value has to be, but it is of value, that they have the courage to go there and to touch it and to move it is necessary, because even if it gets damaged, it's better. Even if it gets damaged in another place, it's better when it gets destroyed in the original place. So we need a lot of courage to understand that we go in there, that we basically show our understanding for the cultural heritage, to really work on that. And we have learned this. This is basically one of the lessons learned that we have experienced in Blue Shield, in the different organizations. But of course, this is a long process. This is a process that is constantly evolving. We are learning non-stop. The lessons learned bit that we are doing is of an incredible importance. Again, I'll bring you a little example. When we had different missions in Libya during the, now I can say the early war in Libya, because of course the war in Libya is ongoing. One thing that kind of was of great interest and importance for us cultural property protection officers was to see how Libyan institutions and Libyan specialists in the cultural field would act in order to protect their cultural heritage sites. And one element that I would love to mention in this case was one thing we are teaching in all our training courses is, if you have a storage site or anything like this and it has a metal door, don't just lock the metal door, but weld it shut. Yeah, you have a metal cupboard, weld it shut as long as you can. Because the moment there is a crisis, the enemy comes around the corner, most likely the electricity will fail. So he needs an angle grinder to get into it. And if there's no electricity, no angle grinder. Very simple, and he doesn't get into it. And when we came then to Libya and we saw that all of them had basically welded their safes shut, they had welded the doors shut, and a lot of things were protected because of that. And that is an area where we never had taught a training seminar. But for us, just to see, this is lessons learned. This is, experience in place that is actually happening. And the training is just of such a great importance. And let me come to the end with one specific mentioning, which I think is always well placed. Of course, we are all kind of leaning, we are all kind of standing on the shoulders of titans that have been doing work in the field of cultural heritage protection before us and have been there in the very beginning, and some of them we were able to experience. And I really do want to mention that one of those titans we do have today with us, which is Laurie Rush. She's sitting there, and she is one of those titans that since decades has been preaching under the most difficult circumstances what it actually means and the great importance of doing cultural heritage protection, whether in the tangible or in the intangible field. And she has never been shied away from working in that field. She has done in the United States the most Herculean task that you can imagine. You all know the Americans, when they do something, they like to do it really big. So they throw a lot of money at the project or something like this. So when Laurie was explaining the great importance of doing cultural heritage work to the American military, expecting, of course, the millions to pour in order that she can do this work, she was actually getting a credit card that would allow her, I think, $1,200 a month that she could use on cultural heritage protection. And Laurie was not at all discouraged, just to the opposite, because she figured out that with $1,200 or whatever the exact number was, you can build one training site on one American training area. And so every single month for years, she was building another training site for cultural heritage protection with blue shield symbols. I've seen some of those. They are absolutely amazing. The experience that they have gained in this field is so absolutely unbelievable. These are that's the spirit we need. That's the spirit all of us needs in order to protect that cultural heritage. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much for the performance. It was also quite very good. Any questions to Karl von Habsburg? Again, Your Excellency, no problem. It gives them time to put away the instruments when you raise your question.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for this comprehensive presentation. But let me put it this way. It was a great start in your presentation when you said, you quoted from the beginning of the century by saying that culture is everything what we do. So, destruction, damage to culture is a damage and destruction to everything what we do. So it deprives us of many things, if not of everything. So, and thank you very much also for putting eloquently the connection of 54 convention and the 2003 convention. I believe every single country has ratified 54, the whole international community, and 183 members have ratified the 2003. As you have also said, that the consequences of a war also leads to a destruction of our intangible heritage. And I believe, without further elaboration on your thoughts, I believe the destruction of our intangible cultural heritage is first of all related to mainly the disruption of the practices, the community practices, and of course as a result of expulsion or resettlement, of displacement mainly as a result of the conflicts. And well, I come from a country that has lived through this for 30 years. And we've suffered a big deal of losing our major practices for many, many decades. And so my question is, by putting the protection for the cultural heritage, 1954, which is also going to be debated along the presentations, 2003, safeguarding intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Do you think that the same debate that is going around the 1954 convention would also be relevant towards the 2003 convention? I'm putting those two, using the opportunity because you have connected them. So would that be only not safeguarding, but also the protection of the intangible cultural heritage, along with the new revisions and the new, maybe, protocols for 2003? Like the one we have, 1, 2 for 1953, and maybe one day the third one, 1954. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I mean, I have to say two things to that. The fact is, we are celebrating not only the 70 years of the 1954 convention, but also the protocols. So actually, there is a certain involvement that we are seeing. And yes, of course, a convention that is 50, 70 years old needs a little bit of overhaul here or there, also in the practical application that it has. That is completely clear because things are evolving, and that, I think, over time will happen to all the different conventions that we are having. Sometimes, of course, international organizations are not that flexible to do this at a pace that they would probably like to do, but of course they all need an adaptation to the times. But we don't only have to adapt to the times, and I'm coming back to what you said in the beginning very briefly, of course we have to adapt to the situations we find in place, the partners that we can work with. The way how we can work. I'll just give you a classical example. I've been working in Syria a lot. And of course, it was for me always very interesting to see that I would work not only with, let's say, I had to work with the different types of Islamic groups that you would find in a country like Syria. Yeah? Of course, the majority were Shia or Sunni, but then you had different other groups that were there. And a lot of them have, of course, a completely different approach to let's say, cultural heritage. So for me, it was always easier to work with people that had a Shia background than to work with people that had a Sunni background, because their understanding, their concept of cultural heritage was just different, and you had to basically adapt to the people that you were immediately working with. So I could find amongst Shia groups support for my protection of old Christian sites, which I would never find in Sunni groups there. So yes, you have to adapt to the time changing, you have to adapt to the people you're actually working in. And that's why, again, I'm saying what I said at the end, the most important thing is to have courage and to go there, to talk to people, to bring in your own opinion, also your own opinion, to adapt to the situation you find, but you need the courage to go there and do it.
There was a second question, and then we have to go to the video.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very insightful presentation, especially of intangible heritage. Martin Fritz from the Austrian Commission for UNESCO. The ambassador mentioned notions of displacement, resettlement. I would add refugee movements and migration. And you mentioned Syria and other places. And I just had the great pleasure last Saturday to attend an evening in Schönbrunn, actually, where members of Viennese Syrian musicians, Viennese Kurdish musicians, Viennese Arab in the broadest sense musicians insisted on being part of intangible heritage in Austria, in Vienna. So I wanted to ask how this kind of notion of protecting intangible heritage, we think a lot about what that means in times of migration, in times of intangible heritage moving from one place to the other. So intangible heritage of formerly other places becomes our intangible heritage and needs to be protected and supported where it is, in Austria, in many places. So do these notions play a part in what you see and what you experience? I'm sure they do.
Well, thank you very much. Of course, you are touching an extremely sensitive point, even when it comes to politics, like here in Austria and some of our neighboring countries, on how much, let's say, immigration plays a role in the change of our own cultural heritage. And if there would be the ideal solution in existence, whoever finds it would definitely deserve whatever Nobel Prize that he would kind of be able to get in this case, because there's always a bit of a confrontation. But I dare say, and in this case I can argue as a very proud Austrian in this case, because I think we have quite a long track record of being very capable of dealing also with other cultures. That also depends on our common history that we are having in Central Europe and the influence that we're coming in Central Europe. I just want to mention one thing which I find particularly interesting. You also mentioned that I mentioned Syria, for example. So the only university institute for Syrian Orthodox theology outside Syria is in Austria. It's an institute that's at the university in Salzburg. It's a small institute that gets visited from Syriacs that are still speaking Aramaic. I mean, that's just something which I find so absolutely fascinating. For a group of people that speak the language of Jesus Christ actually while they are performing, they're coming to Salzburg and doing their studies there. So I think Austria is a very fruitful ground to actually do that and try and find solutions for something where I can definitely say I am not the person who can present you with a great solution to that specific problem, but we have to be very tolerant. There is no question about that. But so everybody who is actually moving from another culture into Austria has also to be tolerant. And I think it's the tolerance that we have to preach, which is the most important bit.
Thank you very much. Lebanon's heritage destruction, the wars on conventions and history. Now we will have a video message from Joanne Farjak-Bajali, and she is also seeing us. So to say, afterwards, when there is a discussion, you can raise a question, she will hear it, and then via Annapur, she will answer on that one. So, please.
Good morning, dear colleagues and friends. I'm joining you today from Lebanon. My name is Joanne Farjak-Bajali. I'm the president and the manager of an NGO called Biladi. I will be sharing with you a rather sad participation about the war that is taking place in Lebanon. I would like to thank the host of this conference in Vienna for inviting us to join, and I would like to thank specifically Annapur for her efforts and for recording this with me. So the talk will be divided into three main topics: the ongoing war, the threats reality, and the case studies from the field. I'd like to warn you all, it will not be a nice talk, but it comes straight from the field and the reality. Biladi is a Lebanese NGO that was set in 2005 that is specialized in heritage. We work either in heritage education or heritage protection. After the Beirut blast that took place, the Port Harbor blast that took place in August 2020, we got very specialized in cultural heritage protection, and we started an operation in Beirut with Blue Shield International, and Frank von Habsburg was presiding at the time. And then after that, we launched a specific training program called Juhuziyya. It's an Arabic word meaning preparedness, aiming at setting up emergency responses in first aid responders to cultural heritage after an emergency. This is a training program that we do in partnership with several ministries in Lebanon, and mainly the Lebanese Armed Forces Independent Work Regiment. And I believe General Haidar is present in the room and will be taking the talk later on about it. We have become the Cultural Emergency Response Regional Hub in the Levant. Our work had been so far for the last 3 years to prepare for an emergency. We did not expect, and to take action in post-emergency. We did not expect to be projected into preventive measures with the ongoing war that is taking place. I know, and I'm sure you're all aware of the ongoing war taking place in Lebanon. It has been 40 days. 1.5 million people are displaced. More than 3,000 martyrs was the count 2 days ago. Today it has been gone up. 13,000 and more of injured people. And the bombing is taking place all over Lebanon, but mainly in the south and in the Bekaa. the war that started against a very specific faction in Lebanon, the Hezbollah, has now emerged to become a war against all of the nation in all its aspects. And when I say this, I mean that the cultural heritage has just become another victim in this war. We have identified 4 types of risks on cultural heritage that is being caused on this war. First one is simple, straightforward, it's a direct bombing. If, with the weapons that are being used in this war, if it's a direct bombing, it's a total destruction. Nothing is remaining, everything is turning into ashes. It's a very sad reality, but that's it. The second risk is the indirect hit, where it's not collateral damage, it's an indirect hit on the target because no measures are taken to safeguard heritage. What you can see with me on this photo is the aerial photography of Tibnin Castle located in the south. It's a medieval castle that was hit in 3 places because they were targeting the houses around it, or they were targeting the external walls of the citadel. The third risk is, of course, the vibration due to the blasting. It's the surface and ground waves and the air pollution. That's a photo taken from the Bekaa Valley, Baalbek, which is a World Heritage Site. And you can see there is no seismograph now taking place in Baalbek to measure the vibration due to blasting, but we can all be sure from how the houses and our houses are shaking every time a bombing is taking place that it's extremely high. The fourth risk is, of course, the blast waves due to the bombing nearby. That's an Ayyubid shrine where the stone that was located on the top of it has fell down. It's around 200 kilo stone. The 4 levels of risks are actually threatening all types of cultural heritage that is in Lebanon. And just for the tangible and monumental cultural heritage in Lebanon, I've decided to share them with you in this way. So we have 6 World Heritage Sites. 2 of them are in the eye of the storm. And in the meeting that will be taking place in Paris, it was set for 18th of November. Maybe they will change the date because of the emergency of the situation. And that's a meeting that will take place with the committee, UNESCO Committee for Enhanced Protection. Lebanon is requesting to place 34 new sites as enhanced protection. We have around 200 sites of national value, including museums, libraries, castles, temples, and monuments. On these 2 categories, the Blue Shield emblem have been set in Lebanon for so far 25 sites and will be placed later on for around 75 other sites. Lebanon is requesting 34 other sites as enhanced protection. We will wait and see if that will be awarded. We have around 10,000 registered sites of local value, historical houses, souks, shrines, mosques, churches, anything that is of local value and that actually constitutes the local memory of the people and their identity. These places of the local memory for the local population are being raised from the surface, and their stones that are usually sandstones are being turned into sand. And then we have 1,500 inventoried archaeological sites. This is an unknown level of destruction and, of course, later on looting. In this very sad reality, we have 2 World Heritage Sites that are attracting most of the attention, and rightfully so. So we have Baalbek World Archaeological Sites and we have Tyre. An order of evacuation was issued for Baalbek city, and this is the order of evacuation that we receive on our phones from the Israeli Armed Forces, for around 80,000 people. This is the map as it was given. We have located the temples on the map. They are in the middle of the map and they were not being accepted from the map. They are in it. And so when we talk about Baalbek, we mean this. This is the biggest Roman temples in the world. It's a gigantic, it's a monumental construction that is unique worldwide. And this construction, people have came to take refuge in the museum. The museum is located on the aerial photography, is located right here. It's a huge tunnel that is located in the southern part of the temples. But because the site is protected by the Hague Convention, and therefore it was not accepted for the people to take shelter. And the governor of Baalbek have tweeted asking people not to go to the citadel, so what we call the citadel, which is the Roman temples, and not to take shelter there because it isn't safe. It isn't safe for them to take shelter in the citadel because that will give an excuse to the Israeli armed forces to actually bomb the citadel, because automatically by then, and then the citadel, if the people will take refuge, it will no longer be protected by the convention, and therefore no charges can be pressed. So people were requested not to take shelter in the citadel and to leave. And that brings the question straightforward that we have always asked in all of our conferences: what comes first, people or the site? I'm asking you the question because the question was addressed in Lebanon. And the answer that the Lebanese government and the Lebanese decision maker have come with is the site comes first because the site because going to the site is threatening their own lives and the site. So it was not just a question of saving the site for the safety of the site and the value of the site as being World Heritage Site, but it's also to secure the security of the population taking refuge. So this is a situation that was huge, that created a whole panic alert in the country, all over the country and everywhere, and alerted the UNESCO. 1 week after, and here where we come, and that was just 2 days ago, so that was on Wednesday evening, the risk on Baalbek, that was on Thursday evening. The risk on Baalbek have become a tool of terror. So it was a destruction of a 200-year-old house that is located in the parking of the site. Why was this house destroyed? What's the message behind it? What are they trying to say? How close would they like to get? Where does it go? How does it end? Actually, this brings us to the question that the ongoing war that is taking place in Lebanon is putting into a question everything that cultural property protection has been asked about. These are countries that have ratified the convention. How can you apply it? Where does it start? Where does it end? How do you put it in practice in this wall? This is the second archaeological site, World Heritage Site, which is the site of Tyre that is located in southern Lebanon. The site is located in two areas. So on this part, we have the Hippodrome. On the other point, we have the Crusader Cathedral and the Roman Baths. And the area that was asked for evacuation is located in the middle. This is an area that is known to be the perimeter of protection for the site. So normally, this is archaeological site that is located beneath the houses. The bombing took place 10 meters away from the archaeological remains, and the houses that were destroyed were between the two sites. Of course, and undoubtedly, it has touched unexcavated archaeological remains, but that needs to be inspected, just like Baalbek, where you need to go and inspect the level of destruction that is taking place there. When we say Tyre, we mean this. This is one of the biggest Roman cities in the world, with a Roman hippodrome, with a Roman bath, and the full city, and one of the nicest archaeological artifacts exposed at the Beirut National Museum. So we are talking at this level of threat, something that is threatening the whole identity of the country, but exactly so, and the identity of the world and the Mediterranean Sea with the Roman constructions of this level. Will it go further? We don't know. 37 villages in the south are being destroyed, either totally destroyed or heavily damaged. And when we say destroyed, I'd like to share with you this video. So celebrating what exactly, and how close does it look like the other celebrations regarding cultural heritage destruction? If I see lots of similarities with Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq in terms of destruction of the identity of the other, alienation of the identity of the other. And what types of monuments are we destroying? It's either shrines that are 1,000 years old or 500 years old, it depends for every shrine. It's either churches or mosques or the souks. So these are places that are very dear to the people who live in this area. They enable them to build their identity, the collective memory, the personal memory of the place. But when we go for a level of destruction that is reaching this very high level, it means that what we're trying, the aim is to actually destroy the other in all its aspect. How can we protect? Because the question is should not be addressed only about reconstruction, it will be addressed about protection. How do we protect? Lebanon has made, the Ministry of Culture has made an official request for UNESCO to give enhanced protection for 34 sites. We will know in November if it will be approved. At the same level, on a local level, the Lebanese armed forces have issued a no-strike list that has been developed based on the list of the 34 sites. Will it be communicated and respected? It's in the Prime Minister's office, and I'm sure General Haidar will tell you more about it. Meanwhile, the Lebanese didn't stand and stay alone and not waiting. So measures have been made in every single institution that is related to cultural heritage to protect it and to protect the objects that are located in it. But let's make things clear. Any terms of protection that needs to be made is for anything that is indirect hit or to protect from the vibration of the sword. Nothing can be made, and I'm sorry if I repeat myself, nothing can be made if the Israeli decide to bomb as a direct hit. So the National Museum, yes, the windows were covered to reduce the shelter, sandbags have been provided to secure the objects and frame them, or in other areas the storages have been secured so that the objects will not fall in case of ground vibration. In other museums, in modern art museums, the whole collections have been secured and stored in the storages where every object is packed separately and put and inventoried and sheltered in the storages in the underground. Measures are made all over Beirut and all over the country to safeguard the collections and protect them. And again, with the risk, everybody knowing that with the risk that is ongoing, very few measures can be made. And that brings us to the questions that I would like to address to the audience before leaving you. How does cultural property protection take action in this war? What can you do? How can we prevent and how can we move to the level of protection rather than starting to talk reconstruction and supporting reconstruction? What steps, real steps, can be made to support Lebanon and prove that the conventions we all believe in and we all want to apply on a daily basis, how can they be applied specifically in this war? I thank you for the time that you've allocated for me. I hope that this round trip and field trip around Lebanon enables you to give me some answers because I'm really looking forward to your answers. Thank you.
So thank you very much. A lot of questions are now in the auditorium. But we also have another guest here from the Lebanon. It is Brigadier General Youssef Haidar. Do you want to make some comments on that one, or do you want to answer the questions? No. And you need a microphone somewhere.
Thank you, sir. I don't want to respond to any question on behalf of Joanne. Joanne is our main partner in the Army, and it all started, this capability building on cultural property with her. So she's good to answer all the questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions you now can raise? Anna Pursch is already on the phone, I have seen, can then put it forward and we can discuss it. I'm looking at you, Ambassador. No? No questions? Anne.
There's not a question, maybe it's trying to respond to the question raised during this presentation. So as it was announced effectively, and now we can confirm that a special extraordinary meeting of the Committee for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflict will be held at UNESCO headquarters on Monday. So the webcast will be available for the live streaming, so you can follow the discussion. The question is how the convention could be applied. So that will, of course, the committee will discuss exactly measures which will be deployed through the inscription of sites on the enhanced protection list, but also I will later present the new mechanism which was supported also by Excellency Ambassador of Azerbaijan, but also by Austria. It was under chairmanship of Austria, is now there is a new mechanism for the monitoring and supervision of the implementation of second protocol, which also include the remote sensing technology using especially to, of course, damage assessment, but not only, and also to put effective protection, including by armed forces in respect of the GIS coordinated. I would like to thank the whole team of the General Haidar and the DGA of Lebanon who provided in very extremely short time the all necessary information and documents which will help to the committee to take its proper decision next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did she get it? Everything is happy? So if everybody is happy, we are also happy. And I look on Nicole Gruber, she's also happy because her timetable, we are fully complying with. So now we are going into the lunch break and we will reassemble here at 2:30 and start with the session 2, the significance of cultural property for armed forces. Bon appétit.
Glas Wasser. Wasserglas, keine Ahnung.
Now the most complicated part after the lunch break. Standing here inside. Und da hier steht das Wasser. Wassergläser wollte ich da haben. Willst du einfach ein bisschen Wasser schreien, die wird ja nur regnen. Danke.
Das lasse ich lieber jetzt.
Ja, ja. Gut.
Tut so.
Ja, machen Sie es zu. Wenn jetzt reinkommt. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed, esteemed participants, your lunch. You also have had Martini goose. Today is St. Martin, so it's the state with the Austrian tangible asset of eating gooses, so Martini Gansel. So you have also had something for lunch, which is typical for Austria. And now the most complicated part of the day starts. What is the most complicated part in every conference? This is the first session after the lunch break, because everybody comes in a little bit tired. So what was selected to solve this issue? We take two ladies on the board. One lady, Dr. Tatja Viejo-Rosé, Associate Professor in Heritage, Department of Archaeology, Director, Cambridge Heritage Research Center, University of Cambridge. You will start, and then you will be followed by our Titan. How I have learned that. So you have to wait for the Titan, which is, so to say, Laurie Rush. I will introduce you afterwards. So, Dr. Tatja Viejo-Rosé, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I feel like the Titan should go first, but I'm the warm-up act. Thank you to the organizers, to Nicole, to Anna, Excellencies Generals, ladies and gentlemen. So you're not my usual audience. I'm much more used to talking to academics and to students. So perhaps this is departing slightly. But I feel like after we had this morning's musical intervention and contribution, anything goes, so I'm feeling on safe ground. I'm going to talk about this future for the peace-building potential of heritage, hoping to end on a constructive note. But I put out this image here just so that you get a sense of one of the underlying points that I wanted to make throughout the talk is how heritage can appear to be quite a stable anchor for identity. And yet the reality is that it's a constantly shifting sand. And this monument and the different layers of interpretation that have been given to this monument in Sofia show just how something that appears quite stable can actually be a movable feast. So for me, this journey began with Bosnia. I was a university student, I was living in Geneva, and seeing what was happening in Bosnia was my road to Damascus moment in many ways. And the Mostar Bridge, which has already been referenced today. And so I found myself in the year 2000, from 2000 to 2003, working at UNESCO in the culture sector, and I had found my thing. I was going to be working on cultural heritage and using this to bring peace to the world. And then I saw the project for the reconstruction of Mostar, and I thought, yes, this is my thing. And I went to all the meetings of the ministers of culture for the South Balkans and for the former Yugoslavia, and heard them all talking. And the project seemed like the perfect thing. And then I went to Bosnia, and I went to Mostar, and I went to Sarajevo, and I eventually went to Serbia until Belgrade. And what I found on the ground in Mostar in particular was a very different story from the one that I had seen on the paperwork in my office in Paris. And it was more a story of that while the bridge was being rebuilt and had been inaugurated, on either side of the bridge, the contestation, the division, and the conflict was actually more accentuated than ever. So the bridge did not repair, did not connect the communities. And so I was wondering, well, why, right? And here in this image on the right, you have a literal flicking off of the two communities, this vertical architectural flicking off of the two sides to each other. And you can imagine what that means in terms of the soundscape of Mostar, this small town in a narrow valley, right? In terms of the call to prayer and the church bells ringing, overwhelming all the other sounds in the town. So the bridge had not repaired much at all, actually. So my question was why? Why didn't this work? I went back to my offices in UNESCO, told anyone who would listen to that I thought we were getting things wrong. I was told that there was no research on this, that they were doing the best they could. So I left to go do some research. And that's what I've been doing ever since. So what I'm going to take you through today is 4 sections. One on cultural heritage, where we're at least within the Academy, on understanding cultural heritage, the implications of that understanding for then understanding cultural violence and the impact that it has to destroy cultural heritage. So I'll be building a little bit on what was said earlier by Carl and Joanne, and then the implications for peace building, reconstruction, and repair, and hopefully end on some practical notes, because I feel that at least you as an audience are more interested in, and then what can we do about it? So I'll hope to end on there. So cultural heritage today, right? What's it for? What's the purpose? How do we understand it? I'm not going to go into this. I'm very good at tangents also, but less good at keeping my anecdotes short. So I will go through these and we can talk about some of these during the discussion. So just to remark that cultural heritage has changed dramatically in terms of how we understand it. These are word clouds that I created out of 2 conventions, the UNESCO World Heritage Convention and the ICOMOS Charter. What I want you to notice here is that the words that appear most often, cultural heritage, protection, property, monuments, conservation. This is where we were at in thinking about cultural heritage in the 1960s and 70s. As has already been stressed today, with the advent of the Intangible Heritage Convention in 2003, that has shifted radically. So now we have the UNESCO Convention on Diversity from 2005, ICOMOS Quebec Charter on interpretation. And that shift from wanting to protect things by putting a glass case around them or a wall around them and focusing entirely on the material integrity of those sites has changed, right? Now we're focusing on what they mean, who do they mean something to, and on the interpretation of those sites, which means also the affective relationships that people have with these sites. What binds all of this, so we've had this shift, this kind of alliteration of P's, from thinking about heritage as property to then thinking about it as places, old towns, performances, products, projects, and increasingly, at least within the academy, heritage is being thought of as a process of meaning-making that's in continual evolution. So no longer a thing, but a process of meaning-making and valuation. And what holds all of this together is precisely that, value, what we choose to value, what we value in heritage, and the stories that we have it tell, and how we integrate that heritage into the stories we tell ourselves about ourselves and our role in the world. And that's where, of course, the violence can also come in. So what's the story with that heritage value? It's also evolved dramatically. So we have from regal, thinking about heritage value, the value of monuments in terms of history, age, use, art, to the more recent cultural resource management type of thinking about historic assets, information value, economic development. You see a certain continuity there, right? There's the aesthetic, there's the use value, and increasingly it's that use value. So often, especially in public policy, you hear not about protecting heritage for the sake of heritage, but heritage is a tool for other things, for tourism, for nationalism, for the economy, right? For job creation, for the preservation of old towns. So it's how heritage can be instrumentalized to do other things. This also has implications for its destruction. So destroying the cultural heritage sites in Dubrovnik wasn't just about cultural heritage, right? It was also about destroying the tourism industry. It was also about targeting a fundamental element of the economy of Croatia at the time. And then there's the other dimension. There's cultural heritage not only as a tool, but as a kind of associative value, right? That social glue of social cohesion, of identity, of pride, of recognition, how we recognize each other by. So there are these different dimensions of cultural heritage that have increasingly gained importance in terms of how it's managed and how it's valued over just the historic and the aesthetic value that we've associated to it in the past. What does that mean? So the interpretation, what do I mean by interpretation, right? A pyramid, yes, it's monumental, it has aesthetic value, it has historical value, it has archaeological value. But it works at different stages, right, at different levels. It's in world heritage, but it's also used politically to signify, to signal elements of authority, of history, of authority within the state. But it's also used to counter those narratives of authority as well, right? It's also part of an industry in terms of the tourism industry that surrounds it. And it's also part of popular culture. And whether we agree with these interpretations or not, they are part of the symbolic capital of that physical heritage. And so when it's targeted, it's all these other dimensions that are also being targeted at the same time, right? And if we add the extra layer of the complexities of war and all the different stakeholders involved, again, that adds another layer of complexity. So it's not surprising that we have to keep meeting and talking about these things, and that the issues such as those that Joanne presented to us earlier are so difficult to tackle. Okay. So what are the implications for understanding cultural violence and its impact? So we've already talked about the destructive action, right? There's different kinds of destructive actions. When we say the destruction of cultural heritage, that comes in many different forms and shapes. It can be plunder and looting, but it can also be a deliberate misuse of a site. It can also take the form of vandalism, but also of iconoclasm, right? And it can just be the subject of neglect, deliberate neglect. But what's being targeted and the context in which it's being targeted are equally important. And if you think about it, depending on the lines that you draw through those three columns, you get very different stories of what's at stake, right? So the deliberate misuse of a cemetery in a situation of state erosion or failure especially when it's happening behind enemy lines, tells you a story of wanting to delete the fact that a particular community was ever in that territory. That's the kind of violence that that's about. It's about erasing a community from a place through history, right? But the vandalism of a political monument in a situation of state failure, and I'm thinking of the Lenin fall, right? All those Lenin statues coming down. It's also cultural heritage destruction, but it's a very different story. It's a very different type of violence. And if we add to this the intangible not only as an object of destruction, but intangible also as a form of violence, right, through propaganda, for example, that's also a form of cultural destruction. The kind of propagandistic rhetoric that tells a community, you don't belong, you're part of the they and not part of the us. Yeah? You don't belong to this historic narrative. You're not going to be in our history textbooks. That's also cultural destruction and violence against cultural heritage, right? And you see these kinds of targeting of those forms of those narratives of identity on a regular basis. So we also have to be alert to that form of cultural violence. Right, what do the perpetrators say? So the perpetrators, and in this case the ICTY, the International Court for the Former Yugoslavia, this is what they're saying, right? It's not just about destroying the building, it's about making sure that people lose their motives for returning to these places, right? It's making sure you destroy the spiritual basis so that communities won't come back. So the point that I'm trying to make also is that heritage has consequences, and the way we manage heritage, including the way it's destroyed and targeted, have consequences for people's everyday lives, for their access to resources, to education, to healthcare, to jobs. It's about very real aspects of everyday life. It's not just about the symbolic, right? And the fact that also the destruction of cultural heritage, as you see in the statement all the way on your right, that where the physical or biological destruction happen together with cultural destruction, right? That this is about erasing the evidence of people ever having been in a place, and therefore legitimizing all of the post-war policies that will come. Let's look at the other side. What do the victims say? So what I'm talking to you about today is based on research I've done on the Spanish Civil War and dictatorship in Mali and Cambodia with the Cham community. In Guernica, what did people say after 1937, right? They said, it no longer exists. There is no Guernica anymore. In Mali, what have they said? In Timbuktu, what have they said? That everything I was has been destroyed. It's not about the shrines. It's about safety, security, home, knowing who you are and what your place in the world is, that's what's being targeted and destroyed and unsettled. Similarly, in Cambodia, this was a project we did on the Cham community in Cambodia, developing a case for the ECCC for the courts in Cambodia. Everything changed, right? Everything that we knew was destroyed. We have no resources left with which to rebuild, with which to find what it is that was lost. This kind of cultural violence creates ruptures in the continuity of societies. So with the Cham community, when we went back at the first instance, the conversations were about how do we fill the void of that rupture? But there wasn't the content. We didn't know what was lost, right? That was the extent of the destruction. So then the conversation was, well, do we go back and rebuild what we think was destroyed based on the photographs taken in the colonial period? But by then, so much time has gone by that ideas of what it should look like, what mosques, for example, should look like in Cambodia, were informed by what mosques look like in Indonesia today, not by what mosques of the Cham community in Cambodia might have looked like 100 years ago. So ideas of reconstruction also keep moving on. So assessing the harm done. What is the harm actually of destroying cultural heritage? What is the harm of bombing Baalbek, right? It's the excluding of collective from communal narratives. It's the breaking of intergenerational transmission of knowledge, of traditions, of place, of knowledge of place. The silencing of this other kinds of interpretations, the loss of cultural capital, the essentialization of differences, the creation of ruptures, all these kind of singular narratives that get created. We are not complex, we are not multiple, we are this one thing. That's one of the forms of violence that war does to cultural heritage, right? And disappearing and disowning and degrading in all these kinds of ways. So what are the implications of all of this narrative? The ways in which cultural heritage is not just a passive victim of war, but can also be weaponized in times of war, right? What are the implications? If we look at the history of normative texts, regulations, legal documents that have been created, they've been created in response to wars. So there's the dialectic relationship. A war happens, we respond by trying to create the codes that will stop the kind of experienced violence from ever happening again. Right? But we also have to have the imagination, and that's where that comment about World War III and World War I coming together, we also have to be able to think about the future wars that will come and anticipate and not just respond and react to the current situations. And this kind of dialectic is one that you find all the time in heritage protection. Something happens and then we try to create measures to prevent that from happening again. But we need to think a little bit more creatively and a little bit more imaginatively and anticipate. Because these were the formal wars, but they're all kinds of, again, if you include the intangible heritage, they're all different forms of violence that are constantly eroding, chipping away at cultural heritage. And we've seen this more recently in the election campaigns in the United States, the way in which propaganda and which discourse chips away at cultural heritage in various ways and essentializes and simplifies and accentuates the lines of us and them. What are the implications for reconstruction? Because I understand that we're also here talking about the aftermaths of war, right? So reconstruction is this easy word to say, but actually it involves, yes, the rebuilding, but also revisioning, right? A new vision of the nation coming out of the war. The recodifying of space. Space isn't the same. If there's been a battle, if there's been a death, if there's been a bomb, the space no longer has the same meanings that it had prior to the war. There's a rewriting of history that's going on, a selective one, right? History isn't this organic miasma that we all come out of. It's constantly being selected and chosen, this à la carte menu. I'll have that bit of the history and not that bit, thank you very much. That's going on now all over the world. Remembering, what do we choose to remember? What do we choose to build memorials to, and what do we choose not to? That has an impact on the aftermaths and the potential for peace building in a society after war. And what does repair actually mean, right? Is this about reparations, returning, restoring, recovering, or is there something more interesting that we can do with the notion of repair that isn't just about compensating or trying to restore to the situation before the war, which is never possible in any case? And one of the things that I have found is that often, especially after civil wars, you get these heritage sites affected by war where the reconstruction actually, as in the case with the Mostar Bridge that I started with, the reconstruction occurs in a transformed landscape, yet or international organizations coming in to rebuild often neglect that fact. They think we're going to build it to the way it was before it was destroyed. But you don't have a reality that you had before it was destroyed. There's a new reality, right? And that new reality is a constantly shifting one as well. So these reconstructions have to be adaptable and have to involve community. I'll get back to that and how to do that in a moment. Okay? So reconstruction can have the effect of actually accentuating differences and planting the seeds for the next conflict that comes around. So it becomes a cyclical thing rather than moving on from the war itself. So I've been working over the past few years with a trust fund for victims coming out of the International Criminal Court and the destruction of shrines in Timbuktu, where in the case of al-Mahdi, he pleaded guilty to the destruction of cultural property and was sentenced. Immediately, the reconstruction started happening, but what I have found really interesting about this whole process and the work of the Trust Fund for Victims here is this idea of moral harm. Right? So the court found him liable for the destruction of these shrines and had reparations for rebuilding the buildings, for economic loss as a result of the destruction of the buildings, but also for moral harm. And this is where it comes from, right? The sense of that this assault on the dignity and identity of populations. But what are the symbolic reparations for moral harm? What does that even begin to look like? And over these past few years, I've sat in on the meetings of the different comités de quartier from Timbuktu, one of them in Bamako, talking about what these might look like, what these kinds of reparations might look like, right? Because the court said that it should include symbolic measures, right, for that moral harm. Symbolic measures such as memorials, commemorations, forgiveness ceremonies, etc. At the moment, in November, a monument was inaugurated. They're currently working on a museum exhibition space next to it. And part of the conversation is, what should that museum space talk about? What should be the narrative there, and who gets to decide, right? But there are also 40 different projects going on throughout Timbuktu. Some of them are about crafts. Some of them are about music. Some of them are about the study of the Quran, right? These are all projects that these 5 different community groups requested, asked for. And within each comité de quartier, there are subcommittees for women, subcommittees for older generations, subcommittees for younger generations, so everyone can participate in the consultation process. We can talk about this more in the Q&A if you're interested in, but there's a kind of a whole landscape of actions going as part of this reparative process, constantly in consultation with the 5 comités de quartier. So it's not an imposition of, we know what's better for you, we're going to come and rebuild for you, and you have to be grateful. It is a long process of constant negotiation and discussion over what the community actually, what makes sense for them. So responding to the harm caused by cultural violence, how do you repair moral harm, right? What are meaningful symbolic measures? A lot of this has been about reappearing, in the case of the Cham of Cambodia, being rewritten back into the national narrative, not having a monument to how much they suffered, but being rewritten back into the history textbooks of Cambodia as an essential part of that community, right? Being rewoven back into grand narratives, being consulted and listened to, right? And this isn't about talking to the one person who tells you that they're the representative of the community. This is about the slow process of trying to talk to as many people within that community as possible, so that they have a sense of visibility, of agency, and have the dignity to decide for themselves what they want to rebuild and how, on what terms. So future directions. Where now, right? So if cultural heritage is a vector for peace, yes, but it can also be a driver for conflict. It can also be weaponized. It also can be an instrument of war and violence. So what do we do with that realization? So I'm going to leave you with 4 points. The first one is about disarming cultural heritage. We have to stop thinking about cultural heritage only as a peaceful common ground, right? It can also be an element for dividing and for excluding. The value of heritage goes beyond authenticity and materiality, as we've seen with the importance of the Intangible Heritage Convention, right? Cultural heritage also has agency. As you walk through the old town of Vienna, it has an effect on you, the fact of what you're walking through. Being in this room has an effect on you, right? Heritage has agency. In war, heritage isn't just this innocent bystander, but can be instrumentalized to divide and to say, you belong there, we belong here, that's yours, that's mine, and to divide, right? It can be weaponized, it can be used as a justification for excluding and for killing. The violent use of heritage also doesn't end with peace agreements. It continues, and you can see that with any post-war scenario in which those divisions have been accentuated. You see that in the case of post-Civil War Spain with the Franco dictatorship, accentuating and perpetuating and continuing the violence by other means. Right? So the implications for protection and reparations is that we also need to focus on the narratives of heritage, and not only on their materiality, and need a keen awareness of the entanglements of what I'm calling an ecosystem of heritage, right? If you think back to that slide with the pyramid, the entanglements of all of the resources, all the cultural and symbolic resources that go into what those pyramids actually stand for, right? So when war itself, then also there's a tendency for war in itself to become heritagized. to become one of the key identity components of a nation. We went through this. That is who we are. That has shaped us because we went through this war. We suffered this. What is the impact of doing that? You know, what history is being taught? What version of history is being monumentalized? Who are the monuments built to? In the case of post-war Spain, post-Civil War Spain, they were only built to one side of the conflict, of the war, right? What gets brushed under the carpet? One thing we've learned is that you can't just brush things under the carpet because they come back to bite you. You can't pretend it didn't happen. It just comes back 20 years later with greater force. Okay? What's getting silenced and not talked about? The consequences of these decisions, of what gets told or not told, and the challenges of these decisions. Are there limits to multi-vocality? Can we include all voices? Or do there have to be some limits to what voices get included in the interpretation of heritage? And to the title of the talk, The New Relational Ethics, this title comes from the South Savoy report, which was about the restitution of cultural artifacts from France to the various African nations from which they had been taken in the first place. But what I like from that report is this idea of new relational ethics. What does it mean to engage with each other in a new way? So in Cambridge, for example, one of our colleges, Jesus College, had a Benin bronze, which it returned to the Oba of Benin. And now that college feels very proud about itself and very happy and very smug with itself for having returned the Benin bronze. And then what? The conversation ended. And where is that bronze? Maybe in the office of the Oba where nobody sees it, right? How is that genuine repair? How does that do anything meaningful other than allow that institution that returned this object to take a moral high ground forevermore? Afterwards, I had students in that college telling me they'd never heard of it. They didn't know that story because there's nothing anywhere in the college that marks the fact that that Benin bronze was there for nearly 100 years. And the fact that that bronze was there told a story of legitimacy, authority, etc. That bit of past just gets brushed out. So we have to think of new and different ways of doing this. So focus on what we do in the present for the future, focus on the relational dimensions of heritage, focus on new ways of relating to each other. Maybe instead of just giving back that bronze, they could have had a Nigerian artist come to the college and work there for 2 or 3 years and work with the archives that documented the story of that bronze to create new works to accompany that bronze back, for example. Could have been commissioned to create some sort of panel, at least something, an empty box, saying this was here. This is part of the story of this place, of this institution, that this was here, that we were party to that violence. If you're interested in these topics, this is a fabulous film, Dahomey. In the spirit of this morning's session, it is both creative, artistic, and documentary, but it documents the conversations that I've had by young people in Benin when these 26 sculptures went from the Quai d'Orsay, Quai Branly Museum, rather, to Benin, and the kinds of conversations that it incited. And finally, the kind of ways that I'm trying to think about all this, going back to that pyramid slide, is of thinking about a practical tool, like what I'm calling this heritage ecosystem impact assessment, a way of getting a full picture of the depth of relationships of peoples to places, right, in order to then understand how to intervene and how to protect. And we've been doing this not in the context of war, but in the context of a large project around South Cambridgeshire, which is this big east-west rail project, and all the villages that it's going to cut through, all the land that it's going to cut through, to try and understand people's relationships to these places and why they're so upset about this project. Because the way in which these big companies work in the UK is that they say, right, heritage impact assessment, there are no listed buildings that we're going to tear down, so it's fine, no worries. And then they're surprised when people are constantly protesting against them, right, and angry at them. Why? Because there's a lot more to heritage than listed buildings, right? So this is the kind of thing that we're working on now and trying to turn it into a tool that can be used to capture that sense of the deep roots and ecosystems, right? The relational dimensions of heritage, so that we can stop focusing only on the elements within that and focus more on repairing the relations and the ties between the different elements. And working on the impact of anticipated loss. So even in Lebanon, I imagine today, just anticipating the loss of some of these sites in itself is incredibly damaging, stressful for the people implicated. And that's all from me. Thank you very much.
And now I give time to change the presentation. He was good. He was catching the glass. And it was falling down. Good reaction, the young gentleman. So, that was a good introduction, a wet introduction, because she is now a little bit wet, our Titan, to Laura Rush. Benefits for soldiers. So now you can tell it.
Thank you so very much for this invitation. I'd also like to thank my chain of command at the United States Army for making it possible for me to attend today, honorable guests. And Carl, thank you so much. Your gracious remarks mean so much to me. So when asked to talk about benefits for soldiers, I really struggled. And the thought that kept coming back to me was the tragic rates of suicide among our U.S. soldiers and veterans. And so when I began to think about how do we benefit a soldier, of course, we've been thinking about how to help them be more successful in their mission, how to make sure that they come home safe and sound. But the more I thought about the challenges, the more I began to wonder, is there a way that we can use cultural property protection to prevent having to send them on a mission right out of the gate? And so I'm going to divide my presentation into two parts. One is a traditional approach to getting them ready and making their mission more successful. And the second part is going to be a case study of Russian behavior on the Norwegian border and how can we use those clues to inoculate local populations with a goal perhaps of preventing the need for a mission from the beginning, phase 0 of preparing the battlefield. So as the archaeologist preparing our soldiers for going to the Middle East, I began to think about the information that they would need. And as a ready reaction force, and also individuals born and raised for the most part in the continental United States, they need some background on that landscape that they're going to be encountering. But they also are going to need critical information about this seasonal round of the different ceremonies. What are the people doing? What is the intangible heritage that can affect this situation and make that requirement for ready reaction to be needed? So for your average 10th Mountain Division soldier, they have no idea that these hills in the Middle East are filled with archaeological material. And when they set up radar or heavy weapons at the top, they're amazed if they dig in and they discover artifacts. And so offering them that opportunity to know ahead of time helps them behave much more appropriately in foreign landscape. And as Carl mentioned, in discussing Mali and the security resolution, when you spoke directly with soldiers on that mission, they recognized that going with the mission of respecting cultural property as a component helped them be more accepted by the local community. That's a way that you help a soldier on a mission. And so giving them the information they need, empowers them to be more respectful, and as a result, hopefully, better accepted and with better mission results. And I have an excellent good news story from the recent liberation of Raqqa in northern Syria. Here's a case where we used cultural property protection experts directly with analysts from the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency, recognizing that the ancient city wall of Raqqa was iconic. It was symbolic for the citizens of that community. Yet there was the recognition and realization that it was going to be necessary to move heavy vehicles through that city wall. So combining the expertise of archaeologists with defense analysts who then could help guide planning of the operation, 80% of the ancient city wall was saved. And as a result, the coalition forces were more welcomed into that city as they entered, and the knowledge and the planning also helped to save the iconic Baghdad Gate. And we also, of course, have Greco-Roman cities, and quite often, if I'm cautioning a U.S. force, I will say an ancient defensive position 6,000 years ago, 500 years ago, is going to be a defensive position today. It's going to be a place that you're going to need to be, but again, you need to occupy carefully. And Palmyra offers an interesting case in point, because not only do you have an ancient, iconic, important city, but now, during the course of recent conflict, you see it being also used for the psychological operations that were discussed in the performance earlier today. So you see an image of the Russian orchestra. And yes, I've learned from Anna's students, the Russians also do send their orchestra for a constellation. They sent it to Fukushima, for example. But we also, in this case, see all kinds of associated news stories that were designed to help the citizens of the region accept Russian forces as a cultured, positive presence in their country. And so I'm using that now as a transition to my cautionary tale. This is an article that recently ran in the New Yorker magazine. And this journalist, Ben Taub, spent months studying this situation. So first of all, my question is, why is this critical military information coming from a journalist? And if our Western intelligence agencies are studying this situation to this extent, why are they keeping it a secret? Psychological operations are public by nature. And so for all intents and purposes, with the exception of one article in a magazine that isn't necessarily widely read across the US, is this the only place this story is being told? And I was relieved in some ways to read this article, because I've been working with Drs. Chris Gisbaro and Dr. Dan Schultz, who are both much, much smarter than I am, and they've tried and tried to explain how the Russians use monuments and behavior surrounding monuments in strategic ways, and I never could quite grasp it. But this journalist was able to explain it in language I could understand, so that is why I've chosen to share the example with you. So here's where this particular case study is taking place, on the Norwegian-Russian border in the high Arctic. So 500 years ago, we have evidently, according to this story, a Russian bandit, and his name is Mitrofan, and he begins to convert Sami indigenous people to Orthodox Catholicism, and he becomes sainted as Saint Tryphon. And as a result, churches dedicated to this saint begin to be built throughout the region. And holy places associated with this saint are now being rebuilt and re-identified, and the Russians are beginning to claim these locations as cultural property. In addition, there were Russians who were hunting and fishing and who were also Orthodox believers and began to leave crosses along the coastline of the Barents Sea. So now we have another example of cultural property, and what becomes interesting is that if you were intelligence, you would probably want to be paying attention to the locations of the crosses that are suddenly being restored, wouldn't you? And as a component of this particular form of psychological operations, the Russians identified the fact that there was conflict within the community based in history. And the conflict was that at the end of World War II, and just as you were saying, it comes back to bite you if you don't pay attention, there were partisans who had cooperated with the Russians to help rid the area of Germans at that time. But then, during the Cold War, those same partisans were denied jobs and were discriminated against by the Norwegians. The Russians recognized this. They're zeroing in at the very local level, and they began to capitalize on this division within this small community. And they began to approach those partisans and say, hey, we're honoring you. We can see that your counterparts and community friends have not honored you. And we now find this Russian Liberation Monument at the focus of conflict at this local community level. To the point where at a recent ceremony, honoring, and also we're seeing new memorials going up. So once again, shouldn't our intelligence counterparts be paying close attention? Are they mapping these new monuments? Are they considering the effects in these small communities? And as the celebrations begin to continue, they're very strategically honoring people. They're offering the mayor medals in honor of Soviet victory. They're going back and replaying those episodes of World War II and recharacterizing, and we see similar rhetoric in the Ukraine as they enter that country. And as a result, one of the mayors who was given one of these medals and was embarrassed, quietly went and gave it back. But still, the harm is done. And so people, again, need to be paying attention to those behaviors. And very, very recently, there actually was a conflict at a memorial event where the members of the Norwegian community who wanted to honor everyone ended up in a competition with the Russian sympathizers over who was going to lay the wreath at what time on top of the other's wreath. And there's actually YouTube video of a conflict at the monument over a wreath laying. And so we can begin to see that psychological operation is working. It's dividing a community. It's beginning to harbor divides within a place where folks have been really living with maybe some simmering tension, but certainly not to the extent that we're beginning to see today. So what do we need to do to actually benefit our soldiers? Yes, all of those conventional forms of preparation for deployment to landscapes that are unfamiliar to soldiers, those definitely need to continue. Those requests to my office and to the offices of many of you, those still need to be fulfilled. You still need to make sure that the military individuals that you are sending are as prepared and as familiar with not just the tangible cultural property, the monuments, museums, archaeological sites, libraries, but also the seasonal round, when to expect a pilgrimage of 40,000 people to Najaf in Iraq, so that they know there's going to be vulnerable pilgrims on the road, so that they're ready to be prepared and to protect those people. And when is the tiny village going to be on hold for a holiday? As I was preparing our soldiers and looking for calendars for all the different countries where they're going, one of the best ones was from the Middle Eastern version of the United Parcel Service, because they understand you can't deliver packages in the middle of a pilgrimage. So what better way? We need to be thinking about those kinds of seasonal rounds and religious calendars. But we need the one maybe good thing about the psychological operations surrounding monuments. We just need to pay attention. We need our intelligence people to be mapping all those monuments, to be logging those situations, to play the YouTube video and say, what is going on in this neighborhood? With the hope that there can be countering of these behaviors, that we can be thinking about how do we make peace in the high Arctic so that we don't ever need to send the soldiers in there as it evolves into a conflict zone. And so for me, the best way to help our soldiers is to pay attention, be prepared for the future conflict so that they may never need to go. And with that, I thank you.
So thank you very much. Now the agenda says discussion with you. You heard the statements. Are there questions to the experts? I'm looking at you.
Good afternoon. My name is Hanna Leodalter. I'm working in Vienna in the Federal Ministry for Arts, Culture, Civil Service and Sport in the Division for Arts and Culture. So working closely with the Ministry of Defense in Vienna and also the National Defense Academy. My question is about the first presentation, the proceedings, the criminal proceedings in after Timbuktu. You said the defendant pleaded guilty. I think it was $2.7 million or euros. Did he pay it? Did he have that kind of, was it just symbolic? Thank you.
Yeah, it was just symbolic. The reconstruction went ahead by UNESCO. I have a question and a comment.
Please.
And one comment that I had was about the predicting future iterations. I've often felt, and maybe this is the right context in which to say it, that it would be really great to have a large research project which looks at patterns of destruction of cultural heritage throughout historic conflicts and ongoing conflicts, from when the rhetoric of the war starts to hype up, from when these actions, these monuments, these memorializations begin, to then when the conflict actually breaks out, and then the aftermaths, depending on what heritage has been destroyed, who returns, what areas actually reconcile and recover, which ones don't. I think it would be extraordinary to have a large comparative and longitudinal studies, because we have a lot of case study type of research. But I think we need large comparative longitudinal studies to begin to see patterns so that we could identify indicators and begin to design indicator suites so that we can begin to predict based on the past patterns, begin to predict where things are headed based on what monuments, what memorials, what narratives of the past are being brought forward and in what contexts.
Oh, I completely agree. And as our colleagues begin a little bit of this research, we begin to appreciate that the patterns aren't as simple as we might have originally thought. And that especially at the community level, some monuments are chosen for destruction or damage or vandalism, others are not. But again, because those behaviors are public and are designed to be public, that also should help us pay attention and try to discern the patterns. We also need to be careful about not letting the adversary completely define the narrative. I mean, I think this is another area where we are losing. And an excellent example was Palmyra again in 2015. The adversary was holding the ancient city hostage, a place that was very iconic for many Europeans. The coalition was not ready to fight and win in that region yet. But the destruction of monuments in Palmyra, it had nothing to do with ideology. They were happy for us to think that. It had everything to do with trying to get European public opinion to encourage the military to move before they were ready. It was military strategic messaging. And again, even at NATO headquarters, I saw it completely misinterpreted in public and interpreted as ideological, when in fact it was supreme military strategic messaging. So we need to be giving our adversaries more credit as military psychological operators, and we need to ramp up our efforts to get better at it from an idea of prevention.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more, and it feels one of the things that really heartens me about this meeting happening here with all of you here is that for so long it felt like this uphill battle to convince people that culture and cultural heritage weren't soft politics. It's hard politics. It's hard, because it justifies all the direct violence. So rather than leave it at the bottom of a list of, yeah, we'll get to it when we can, it feels like it's such a core element. And I think Joanne was mentioning how she's often asked, well, why should we care about heritage when people are being killed? But they go together because the one justifies the other.
And I forgot my disclaimer, which is these are my opinions, not the opinions of the United States Department of Defense. But one reason, ironically, why the Palmyra strategic message didn't work was because in the US, very few people cared about Palmyra. So you had the irony in that respect of that ending up being a sad advantage.
If there are no more questions, I have a question.
And that's where we need smart guys like Dr. Schultz and Dr. Jasparo, who are thinking hard about how do you inoculate a local population against that kind of subversive destruction of their community spirit. One is clearly education, trying to bring to their attention how they're being used at that level, perhaps, helping them understand the wider dynamics. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a degree of pulling back the curtain on the Wizard of Oz, no? Of showing what's going on, what the machinery of the propaganda is.
Yes, and demonstrating it in very understandable ways. So people like me can actually see the steps of misuse of the monument.
There was a question.
Thank you very much for the very insightful presentations. My question is to Professor Viejo-Rose. You mentioned the de-weaponization of heritage. Now, representing an Austrian UNESCO commission, do you observe how UNESCO's listing and designation practice in tangible and material and World Heritage designations, would you see aspects of de-weaponization or weaponization in these designations? Maybe it's not your specialized part of research, but maybe it is, so I would be interested.
Yeah, I could say a lot about that, possibly at the coffee break afterwards. I think it can be both. That's why the interpretation is so important, and where the Category 2 World Center has just been created in Seoul in South Korea on the interpretation of World Heritage sites, because there are sites that have, for example, nominated by Japan, where South Korea has felt that it was an attack on them for Japan to nominate that site based on that one particular interpretation of that site, right? And as increasingly more and more sites are being nominated that are related to recent conflicts, and there must be, I don't know, there's at least 10 sites waiting to be nominated that have been proposed that are to do with recent conflicts. How are we going to, or even Odessa, which was just nominated. What interpretation of Odessa? What does it mean to nominate Odessa? Is it to protect it? But then what do we do with all the various interpretations? Do we have to get rid of some? I think this is where the operational guidelines of the World Heritage Convention, we need to really think through the interpretation of heritage sites, because that's where the weaponization comes in, right, is in the interpretation. And if we're going to counter that, it's also going to be in the monitoring and interpretation, and opening up that interpretation so that there isn't a kind of national chauvinism attached to the nomination of these sites, but actually something a bit more open, which requires a bit of humility, which doesn't necessarily go hand in hand with nomination of World Heritage sites traditionally, right? So I think we need to think, and maybe that involves linking them up with the Memory of the World projects, linking up World Heritage sites with a larger ecosystem of associations and relations, and not treating them as these kind of jewels in the crown of the nation, which is, I don't think, a particularly constructive way.
So there was another question there before.
It was actually very similar. Alfio Gullotta from the European External Action Service. You've talked a lot about the weaponization of heritage. What is our adversary used to weaponize identity? Protecting heritage often goes hand in hand with protecting identity. If the identity is weaponized, how do we work on protecting heritage without fueling that weaponization of identity?
I think that's one reason why I found the analysis at Kirkenes to be so helpful in understanding that, was because it was a very straightforward example of weaponizing Norwegian heroes who had worked as partisans on behalf of liberation, but with Soviet assistance, and then weaponizing the historic mistreatment of them during the Cold War. So it's a relatively straightforward example. These are all members of the same community, and the Russians had picked up on this historic distinction between two components of a small community, and then began to capitalize on it. So it's that ability to find a tiny piece of the past and say, wait, maybe we can use this to disrupt the fabric of a relatively small place. And so that, to me, illustrates that process of weaponization. And perhaps thinking about shared heritage prior to that division, building on shared identity that maybe predates that particular division might be one pathway toward mending social fabric at that local level. If that makes sense?
Yeah, there was then a question from you.
Thank you very much. I actually would like to go back to relational ethics, especially on people to heritage relationship. Of course, this is, I don't want to call it a vicious cycle, but the traces of destruction is quite deep. And of course, the reminders, the wounds, and of course, the most importantly, feelings of hurt, being hurt, and the sense of justice are always being veiled in the minds of the general public. And especially when it comes leaving the marks for the new generations, like for example, in the conflicts, in the post-conflict situations when, for example, you have heavily mined cultural properties or booby traps around the properties that always remind of these deep scars, especially by killing, wounding, hurting, maiming the people. I understand that that anticipation of the destruction always follows the people, and as I've mentioned, we have been through this. We will leave this, and we're still leaving it. And there was quite a very historical decision, actually a resolution adopted within the 1954 convention by the state parties on the minings around the cultural property. It was for the first time we were bringing it because this issue has always been relevant since the Second World War up until now. So do you think on this relational ethics issue, where do you see the stance of the international organizations or in general? I mean, some players around the world, maybe not exactly the state actors, but the international actors, such as the organizations, such as the, or be it international organizations, regional organizations, mainly this. Conglomerates of a collective representation of the states. So where do you see the international public standing on it? How they can help? Because sometimes, as it's a vicious cycle, you could get stuck, or it leads to the situation of a stalemate.
Mines. I'm not going to talk about mines. I can talk about other things.
Well, one of our colleagues, Colonel Hazim Hadžić from Bosnia-Herzegovina, once gave an incredibly moving presentation on the contributions of this military organization to protecting heritage, and it was demining heritage sites throughout Bosnia-Herzegovina. And one of the components of that I found so moving was that the first site they chose to demine was the Jewish cemetery in Sarajevo. And so actually there's a brilliant example of reconciliation post-conflict and that willingness to reach out to a different group within the broader population and show that you cared about their heritage as well. So I think thinking about those components of peacekeeping and military action as an opportunity for reconciliation is also really important.
Maybe on the more metaphorical use of the word of mining, of the idea of mining, there's also there's a paradox in heritage where it appears singular, and this goes for your question about identity, right? So singular identities, singular interpretation of sites seem to be the most powerful. I am this. This site means this one thing to these people, it belongs to them. And that feels really powerful. And you see more and more of this on the extremes, right? No, I need something to cling on to. I'm going to cling on to this thing, and I will fight for the death for this thing. That kind of singularity gives comfort because it seems very straightforward and very powerful. The paradox comes in is that actually it renders it very weak. It mines it on the inside. Because if you only ever stand for one thing, and that one thing is threatened, then it's an existential threat. Whereas if you can mean lots of different things and be lots of different parts of your identity, if you can be plural, then one thing is attacked, okay, it's not comfortable, but it's not an existential threat. You don't have to fight to the death to defend that one thing. You can be lots of different things. And I think with these interpretations of heritage, of national identity, of what it means to be from one country or one religion or one ethnic group or one gender, can be more holistic, can be more plural, can be opened up a little bit. We are all part, if we're going to go with a UNESCO line, we're all part of humanity. We're all intertwined. We're all interdependent. So if we can celebrate that and stop celebrating the singularity of what this one thing means, I think that would go a long way. And also because often those singularities are based on victim narratives. Who suffered most? Who's the biggest victim? And the problem with those narratives is that the biggest victim in those kinds of competitions then feels they have the right to any form of violence because it's all in self-defense. So those competitions over victimhood are also something to keep a really close eye on because they end up justifying the most tremendous violence imaginable.
Thank you very much. Now it's time for the next coffee break. You know the location. And after the coffee break at 4:30, we will first have 2 impulse presentations followed by a panel discussion. And if I can request the members of the panel to come shortly here up so that we can discuss a little bit the organizational setup. So Anna Sidorenko, Cameron Walter, Alfio Gulotta, Dominic Horn and Astrid Reisinger-Coraccini, if you shortly can come up.
Very complimentary.
Esteemed participants, it's good to see you again. I'm counting, whenever there's the reopening, the number of participants. We have a small decrease, but it's really very small decrease, I can tell you. So congratulations in that respect, and that means that our evening buffet is very much appreciated by yourself, or in other words, that our two organizers made a good job in organizing the whole event. Now we are coming to the next presentation from Astrid Reisinger-Corazzini, lecturer at the Department of International Law and International Relations at the University of Vienna. Now the law professors are coming. The floor is yours. Thank you.
My stopwatch. Okay, thank you very much for this kind introduction. Would you like me to present myself a little bit so that I don't do it afterwards when we are in the formation of a panel discussion? So I teach international law, in particular international criminal law and international humanitarian law at the University of Vienna. I started being interested in international humanitarian law very late in my studies. It was shortly before I handed in my master. Is it fine? Before I handed in my master thesis, and I did a course in Poland that was organized by the ICRC at the time with the Polish Red Cross, and it was a wonderful 2 weeks introduction to a subject matter that was not taught at universities at the time. It's a little bit different today, and the courses that I teach, in particular with the outbreak of hostilities in Ukraine, we have more than 100 students every term that are interested. Not all of them get a place because seats are limited to 58, but there's really a high interest with regard to international humanitarian law. And maybe one point that I should mention, I was part of negotiations in the context of UNESCO when we amended the guidelines for the operation of the 1999 protocol. That was during the time when Austria had a seat in the Bureau. So I was there together with Anna Kaiser, and I think it was quite an interesting time to see how those negotiations work from within, even if we were not really within, because everything was online, because it was mostly during time of COVID. Okay, so to the organizers, thank you very much for inviting me. It's really a pleasure being here in this wonderful room and a wonderful conference on the 70th anniversary of the Hague Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property and its first protocol, but also the 25th anniversary of the second protocol. And I would like to take just a minute to pay a tribute to Dr. Thomas Desch, who used to be a legal advisor at the, or head of the legal section at the Austrian Ministry of Defense. And he was certainly one of the persons behind the negotiations of the 99 protocol. He was our expert in the field. He very sadly passed away 2 years ago, but I wanted to remind ourselves and remember him in this context. Now, anniversaries invite us to look back and take stock of achievements and discuss the challenges ahead. But before we will do this in the form of a panel discussion, I was asked to provide a very concise overview of the obligations that stem from the 1954 Hague Convention and the two protocols. So please indulge me, even if most of you will be very familiar with the provisions. At the outset, I would like to link the anniversary of the Hague Convention and its protocols to a few other commemorations. The 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Geneva Conventions of 1949 this August. Last year, the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, as well as the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. and upcoming in 2025, the 80th anniversary of the adoption of the Charter of the United Nations. We live in an international legal order that emerged and is fundamentally shaped by the destruction and atrocities that we saw in the Second World War. Many legal instruments, in particular those adopted in the immediate aftermath of the war, are direct responses to its horrors. This is notable throughout the Charter of the United Nations, from its preamble that expresses the solemn determination to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to the anachronistic reflection of principal allied powers that won the war in the UN Security Council until today. The plight of civilians, in particular those in occupied territories, informed the revision and multiplication of the two 1929 Geneva Conventions, the one with regard to wounded and sick, and the second one with regard to the treatment of prisoners of war. The horrors of the Holocaust, discrimination, the deprivation of human rights and human dignity led to the definition of the crime of genocide and the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. 1944, I have a problem with the dates today, sorry. The 1954 Hague Convention, adopted a few years later, shares these common roots. It's equally a direct response to the extensive destruction and misappropriation of cultural property during World War II. This relates on the one hand side to massive aerial campaigns, but also urban warfare that brought about unprecedented devastation of cultural property. It also relates to the systematic looting and plundering of public and private collections, especially from Jewish communities, museums, and occupied territories. Now, the question that we must pose today is whether these documents, which incorporate the legacy of the Second World War, are fit for the challenges of contemporary warfare. I will start with a few words on the general framework of the Hague Convention and its protocols. I think the definition of cultural property in the Hague Convention is very well known. It's a broad definition based on the notion of movable or immovable property of great importance to the cultural heritage of every people. In addition to the cultural property so defined, the Convention equally protects buildings whose main and effective purpose is to preserve and exhibit movable cultural property, museums and the like, and centers containing a large amount of cultural property. The Convention as such does not explicitly require that states implementing the obligations under the Convention would also implement the definition that is given in the Hague Convention. But of course, all the specific obligations under the Convention relate to this definition. So states parties are at least well advised to extend the scope of protection on the national level to all properties covered by the definition of the Hague Convention. So the Hague Convention operates on a mixed system of automatic general protection and granted advanced protection based on a listing system. You have a comparative view on the different UNESCO conventions. You will see both systems implemented in different conventions, whether property or heritage that is defined in the convention is protected as such, or whether it requires application and listing and incorporation in the list. Now, with regard to the Hague Convention, we have both. The cultural property, as it is defined generally in the Hague Convention, is protected as such automatically by virtue of the Convention. In addition, the Hague Convention, and that's still the 1954 text, foresees a special protection regime. And this special protection regime has a quantitative and a qualitative component. So on the one hand side, special protection can be afforded to shelters that contain large amounts of cultural objects under general protection. In the words of the convention, those are refuges intended to shelter movable cultural property in the event of an armed conflict. So we have an accumulation, a place dedicated to the accumulation of cultural objects in the event of an armed conflict, and because of the amount of objects that may be stored there, we have the possibility to apply for special protection. On the other hand, special protection may also be granted for centers containing monuments or other immovable cultural property of very great importance. It's a qualitative step up from centers containing large amount of cultural property under general protection. So protection is not granted automatically under the special protection regime, but depends on the listing in the International Register of Cultural Property and under special protection. Special protection at the time was designed as an exclusive concept. Already the convention makes clear that only a limited number of properties may be listed. Now, despite this restriction, it was certainly not the understanding of the drafters that only a handful of properties would eventually be listed on the list under special protection. So it was really a system that was not very well perceived by states, a very complicated listing process, and we have, I talked to Anna before, 11, was it? 11 properties, and I think it's 2 or 3 states only that presented properties. Austria was one of them. I hope we are still on the list with the salt mines in Altersee. No, we removed that. So the salt mines in Altersee is one of the places where large amounts of cultural objects could have been stored. Now, given the limited acceptance of the special protection regime, it was one of the achievements of the second protocol to introduce a further specialized regime based on qualitative distinction and also requiring listing, namely the regime of enhanced protection for cultural property of the greatest importance for humanity. So a qualitative difference, not every cultural property that falls within the protective scope of the 1954 Hague Convention also qualifies as for enhanced protection. It needs to be of greatest importance. So that's language that was incorporated from the Convention on World Heritage, where we have this beauty list of the most outstanding buildings that would be listed. Compared to the World Heritage list, the list of property under enhanced protection is still small, but it's certainly larger than the one of special protection. So we have 12 states that enlisted properties, around 55, and I also saw on the provisional, on the list of provisional protection, we have 1 property located in the state of Palestine and 25 properties located on the territory of Ukraine. Now, the difference in the protective regime is mainly the point in time when a certain object, cultural object, loses immunity and can be attacked despite the protection in the convention. And this is, on the one hand side, managed by narrowing down the options under which circumstances such an attack can take place, and then on the other side also going higher up in the hierarchy with regard to who can even take the decision of such an attack. Now let me proceed to the specific obligations derived from the Hague Convention. We have 2 main overarching obligations. One is the obligation for safeguarding, and the other one is the obligation to respect cultural property. Now, according to Article 3 of the Convention, the high contracting parties undertake to prepare in times of peace for the safeguarding of cultural property situated within their own territory. So it's not enough to have a convention that lists obligation and rules of engagement for the event of an armed conflict. If those rules are not known at the time a conflict breaks out, or if it's not clear at that point in time what is a cultural object, what is a property that is under protection, it's too late. There are very helpful people at UNESCO that then come with a number of protected signs and travel to the territory where armed conflict is going on to specify as many properties as possible to be protected, but that's really a last resort measure. So safeguarding obligations to ensure that the convention can be applied in its entirety during times of armed conflict, and the safeguarding obligations are limited to the territory of a state party. And maybe just a footnote in that regard, if such preparatory steps are being taken within a state, they of course do not only serve in the event of an armed conflict, but also, for instance, when there are natural disasters or other catastrophes. The obligation to respect, on the other hand, extends to property situated within the territory of the high contracting party concerned, but also all other territories of states parties of the Hague Convention. The main obligation there is twofold, and the two provisions are complementary. First of all, the obligation to refrain from the use of cultural property and its immediate surroundings for the purposes which are likely to expose it to destruction or damage. And second, to refrain from any act of hostility directed against such property. I will come back to some of those obligations in detail, but just to have the overview of the term safeguarding, mainly to be employed during times of peace, and the term of respect during times of war. Now, I've cited before from Article 3 of the Hague Convention, and it's a rather vague provision. Roger O'Keefe has called it unhelpfully impressionistic. And he was not the only person not being particularly satisfied with the contents of this provision. So one of the achievements, again, of the 1999 protocol, the second protocol, was to expand this list, to create guidelines within the protocol to give states more input about how to safeguard cultural property and which measures to impose. Now, the list that we have in Article 5 of the second protocol would be the preparation of inventories. So that was not a particularly new idea in 1999. That was already discussed in 1954. But it had never been, there was no agreement to implement it in the provision. Emergency measures, preparing for the possible removal of cultural property in order to protect it, not in situ, but in other locations, to have contingency plans. So thinking through what can possibly happen to cultural objects and how they can be preserved. Safeguarding measures include dissemination and training, and this is why we are here today, and this is probably a lot of what you're doing in your everyday life. As part of the military forces, troops that do not know about the provisions of the convention have problems applying them. A further step, and this is certainly one that is also important, are penal sanctions. There are some sanctions already provided in the 1954 convention, but also this was extended by the second additional protocol, making very clear that certain violations, the most serious violations of the convention and the protocol, must also be implemented in domestic criminal law and do constitute war crimes. And we have the reflection of this development also in the context of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, where crimes against cultural property are also penalized as war crimes. Now, with regard to respect, just to add to what I've already said, obligations that are particularly connected to occupying powers, to ensure everything that, to stop theft, pillage and misappropriation, to ensure that movable cultural property is not being exported, and also with regards to other states, the possibility to take cultural property, movable cultural property into custodianship during the time of an armed conflict, and then of course with the obligation to return it at the end of the hostilities. But that would also be one of the possibilities how to protect cultural property. In the aftermath of an armed conflict, and this is a category that you do not necessarily find in the Hague Convention, but which flows from some of the provisions that we have for preparation in peacetime. The return of cultural property that was illegally exported, pay indemnity to the holders in good faith, and for third states, either confiscated cultural property that was taken into custody or cultural property that was in principle being taken into custody by a third state in order to protect it during the time of armed conflict. And also legal accountability. Ideally, the provisions are in place already before the outbreak of an armed conflict, but of course criminal proceedings will only take place, or mostly will take place, after the end of the conflict. So to conclude, I think we have a robust framework with the 1954 Convention, and in particular then with the additions of the first and second protocol. We should not see the Hague Convention in solidarity, but in interchange and interaction with other UNESCO conventions on the protection of cultural heritage, where you can already see through the work of the Secretariat that there's a lot of cross-fertilization with regard to the conventions. There was quite some boost in enforcement activities in the context of the armed conflicts in Syria and Iraq, when the Security Council took action, and in particular with regards to the illicit trafficking of cultural property and trade. But although, of course, the value of the enforcement measure is a rather high one, it was only focused on those two particular conflicts. Ratification is very mixed. The Hague Convention currently has 112 states parties, the same number for the first protocol. Second protocol has a lower status of ratification with 89. So it's helpful that some of the provisions of the Hague Convention is also considered to be reflective of customary international law. If you have a look at the ICRC study on international customary international law, one finds several rules that deal with the protection of cultural property, and one can also see the influence of the Hague Convention and its protocol. So first of all, the general rules that we have regarding the protection of cultural property are already influenced by the framework of the Hague Convention, because they talk about cultural property, and they do not treat cultural property as a building dedicated to culture or religion or as a civilian object. So there's already one point, I think, where the influence can be seen. The second one is those rules that in fact incorporate definitions coming from the definition coming from the Hague Convention, when you see the phrase, the property of great importance to the cultural heritage of every people. And directing attacks against such property is also a violation of customary international law. Now, what has not made it into a rule of customary international law, and I think that's generally accepted, unfortunately, are the rules on safeguarding cultural property. And I think against this background, one cannot emphasize enough the importance of the proper preparation and inventories. And this is also where I build a bridge to the next speaker who will cover this subject. And I'm coming to an end. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. That brings us to Christoph Hütterer. Christoph is in the Department for Digitalization and Knowledge Transfer at the Federal Monuments Authority, Austria. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Christoph Hütterer. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this wonderful thing. It's not so often that interest is on Hague Convention and protecting cultural property. For the Federal Monuments Authority Austria, it's one of the main topics, and it is the main topic. And therefore, don't be afraid, just a few legal things to break this international thing of humanitarian law down to the national level, and then just lead over to our lists of protection. Hague Convention in Austria. Austria signed the Hague Convention in 1954 and ratified it 10 years afterwards. A special department, the so-called Konventionsbüro, was established in the Federal Monuments Authority, especially under the impression of the Cold War. It was quite good provided. A few people working in this direction, and lots of cultural property, especially immovable property, was put in the interest of Hague Convention. It went so far that people said it's not possible for a foreign army to enter Austria and not get into the trap of destroying cultural property, because every way shrine, every church, every little thing was provided with this kind of animal shield, who was given to the owners of the selected monuments or the mayors of the centres containing monuments, the areas. The Monument Act is one of the important things. The Austrian authority is the authority to deal with this act. It's from 1923, very old, but there were lots of amendments. One in 1999 amended dealt with the Hague Convention in paragraph 13 and prepared further legal steps to be taken by decree. 10 years later, in 2009, this decree, the so-called Kulturgüterschutzverordnung, passed legislation, and there were lots of things defined. The competence of the Federal Monuments Authority, the publication on the homepage of the Federal Monuments Authority. It was sorted by the federal countries and districts. There was a textual description of the chosen objects. Images had to be presented, and there was localization given, but only in the kind of a point, nothing more. There were no outlines defined then. It came to 136 Hague Convention objects, which were published on the homepage of the Monuments Authority in 2013. And these were simple PDF files, just showing a photograph, the localization, and a text. In the meantime, in 2020, a new database, the sogenannte Heritage Information System, was introduced to administrate the immovable heritage of Austria. This provided the possibility for mapping the Hague Convention zones in this database. There's an integrated GIS system, and this was used to point out the Hague Convention zones. All the 136 immovable Hague Convention objects are now defined in a very precise way. They were drawn anew, and the borders of this Hague Convention object match with the borders of the Austrian Land Register, and this guarantees an accuracy between 30 centimeters up to 5 centimeters. This is quite interesting, and it's just hands over to the discussion. How important is this precise definition of the spaces we want to point out? One of the next most important things is the possibility to hand over these shape files to everyone who is interested. We are going to publish them on our homepage, that everyone in the public can just go to this homepage and take this data and process it in every kind of QGIS or ArcGIS to show how large these areas are. And of course, we're not only administrating these Hague Convention zones, we just administrate all the immovable heritage lying within these areas. It's not only the zones, it's also all the protected monuments under the protection of the national law. We can just handle in this way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we are coming to our next part, that's the panel discussion. So can I please request the panelist attendees to join me? How will the panel discussion be organized? Can you hear me now? Better. So how will it be organized? There will be a first round where the panelist participant will give a very short introduction, who they are and what is the area of cultural protection activities. And then afterwards, every participant will make a 3, 4, 5 minute first presentation with only one exception. This is because Astrid Reiser-Corazzini just made it for 20 minutes, so you know her now. And afterwards, we will have a little bit discussion here on the panel, and finally, we'll give you the chance also to ask questions on us. So let's start now with Anna, when you introduce you. What is your area and how did you come into cultural protection activities?
Thank you very much and good evening, dear participants. And first of all, thank you for inviting UNESCO to be part of this very important event. So my background, I took my actual function in 2020 as head of Cultural Heritage Protection Treaties Unit, which is the secretariat of the 1954 Hague Convention and its 2 protocol. But before that, I joined UNESCO already for 25 years. I spent 20 years at the World Heritage Center in many different functions, covering starting by my work in the Maghreb region with many missions to Mauritania, Algeria, Tunisia, Lebanon. Then switched to the southeastern Europe with the several missions, reactive monitoring missions. So I conducted more than 50 missions to the several World Heritage properties. So I have quite extensive knowledge of this side, but I am myself a bridge between the conventions. So now with the 1954 and very well knowledge of the 1972, we developed with my team the new program, which was endorsed by the committee in 2020, is the Heritage for Peace program, the first UNESCO program establishing the close relationship between the convention, but not my mandate when I took my responsibility was to operationalize 1954. What is the operationalize? I will just explain you a little bit later in a few minutes. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Cameron Walter. I am the head of the Heritage Crime Task Force and the Program to Combat Trafficking in Cultural Property with the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, based here in Vienna. Just a quick show of hands, who knows what the OSCE is? A few of you. Okay, quite a few not though, so we will get into that in a few moments. My background is with Canada Border Services. I am a customs, border management and counter-trafficking professional. I was previously the head of Europe, Africa, Middle East relations for Canada Border Services, as well as doing several years with our Ministry of Cultural Heritage. Since 2020, I've been with the OSCE, leading this team. Several members of the task force are here in the room this week. I think there's at least 11 of us. Very proud to represent you all, and we will get to what we do in just a few moments.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. I represent myself, Alfio Gullotta, from the European External Action Service. As for my background, I am a Lieutenant Colonel of the Carabinieri, formerly working in the Carabinieri Command for Protection of Cultural Heritage. How I did get to the European Union? Well, when I started working in the Carabinieri, I was coming for working on organized criminality in Sicily, and they tasked me to go to the Carabinieri Command for Protection of Cultural Heritage for training. And I realized actually that the Carabinieri were working on cultural heritage protection seriously, because I never knew that it was so important. And when I get into the topic, starting training on cultural heritage protection, I realized what does not meet the eyes in crimes regarding cultural heritage. And I worked in the Carabinieri Command for quite a few years, for 8 years actually. And then when I was there, the European Union started working systematically on protection of cultural heritage. We will go into that a little later on, but our main policy on cultural heritage protection has already been shown, the concept of cultural heritage in conflict and crisis that was released in 2021. That is the main policy of the European Union on cultural heritage protection. And I'm working on the operationalization of that policy since 2022, because the European External Action Service thought that there was the necessity for specialized personnel, a position working on the implementation in order to have an effective implementation. And I hope at least I'm trying to do this job and to further on the efforts that the European Union is doing in protecting cultural heritage.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation here to Vienna, to my hometown. My background in cultural property protection began in 2002 when we put in place the Command and Control Division, where the first time, not the first time, but we ramped up now this topic very quick, and we wrote the directive in the Austrian forces. So this is my first steps in this job here. Meanwhile, I changed my position to Brussels, and I worked in CPP, among other topics, on CPP. And this was quite interesting because even NATO, when they began to rise up this topic, we saw exactly this will be also a political challenge in this organization. But at least today we have also a directive. I'm going later to talk about that a little bit. A directive in NATO is still valid. They have to be renewed a little bit because it's from 2019. And then what was also important in the summit of Madrid in 2022, even the human security agenda was endorsed, and also CPP was also covered. Not as a primary topic, but at least it was mentioned very clear. So you can see that this organization is working very quick on this topic. However, we're still missing today a kind of policy, it's still pending, but they are working on that. So this is my steps in CPP, and we did also a lot of conferences there. And yes, nice to have a good discussion with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now you make stress on me. With 2 microphones. You remember during the morning sessions, we had the video presentation from Lebanon, and Joanne was asking some questions on us. And we were not really successful in giving short answers on her questions. So if I can summarize it in one way, how does CPP take actions in Lebanon war? So how do we support now such a specific situation? And on the other hand, there was the second question going into the directions, what steps can be done to support states, this was the example was Lebanon, to prove that the convention could be applied. So how to support Lebanon in that respect. So what would you give a short first hint of answer in that respect? Who is willing to start with some comments on that one?
I will start with very legal perspective, of course, in the application and implementation. Under his control, absolutely. So, which is, thank you very much to be with. Thank you to be with us in the very troubled time. From the legal view of the implementation of the convention, as I mentioned this morning, there will be important session the next week on Monday, which was requested by the Lebanon, which was agreed by the members of the committee. And this session will be mostly dedicated to the review of 34 nomination files prepared by Lebanon in very short time. It's very impressive to see that all country was mobilized, all civilian, but also military authority mobilized on the highest level. So the files are already with us. They have been now, when we are speaking, they are under review for the technical completeness check. So there is very clear protocol within the protocol, how to evaluate the sites, how is the provision on enhanced protection will be discussed, and also there will be a request for the international assistance under the second protocol fund. So from this conventional point of view, everything is already under preparation and will be followed next week. So from our capacity of the Secretariat, we are providing all our technical assistance to the authority. And as it was mentioned, thank you very much for this very important presentation of the cartography. We work very also closely with Lebanon to identify the boundaries of property. Why the boundaries topics is very important, because for the Minister of Defense is signing on the military use declaration. So the boundary that when they're signing it, they confirm that within this inscribed boundary, there is no military use, no military presence, and the only presence is allowed is for the guardian, which should be very clearly marked. So this is how we work together on the daily basis under the convention.
But let's stay with this Lebanon discussion, because there is not a state against the state fighting, so you have a state against the terrorist organization. So how you react in such a situation, doesn't that bring, so to say, the whole Hague Conventions and all protocols to a limit when you don't have, so to say, formal parties which are well defined in that respect? What is so the legal framework on that?
Well, I think the legal framework is clear that they are also bound by the rules protecting cultural property. The problem is more how to define a structure that those rules are also implemented. There are a number of NGOs, the ICRC is partly doing this, but also Geneva Call and other NGOs that go directly and talk to non-state actors, discussing the applicable rules in the context of a non-international armed conflict, trying to bring them to a self-declaration that they want to adhere to certain standards. So this sometimes works, it does not always work, but it also does not work always with states. So I think there are efforts on the way. If you have a general dissemination long before an armed conflict breaks out, you could profit from a general knowledge that is available for everyone. Now, dissemination is not only with regard to the armed forces, it's also with regard to the general public. So whenever there is the outbreak of an armed conflict, a certain level of knowledge is present. Thank you.
For me, one thing is this typical war where we know there are tanks going around, troops there, but what we can see more and more are type of asymmetric warfare. You see also more cyber warfare. So what does artificial intelligence, cyber warfare, asymmetrical warfare mean for cultural protection? Who wants to comment on that?
I can start on this and maybe someone else can support me. First of all, one thing, the European Union policy work outside the boundaries of the European Union when we talk about the concept on cultural heritage in conflict and crisis, work in support of national authorities. This is something really important. It's something that we're doing in Ukraine and in other countries, but we are also working inside the European Union for countering trafficking of cultural property, for instance. Since 2022, there is a specific action plan on countering trafficking on cultural property. And there are specific funds for research also regarding cultural heritage protection. The Horizon Funds has two clusters that has different projects aiming at working on protection of cultural property. Some of them specifically dealing with AI tools, working on identification of items in countering trafficking of cultural property, but also in working on identification of possible threats or alarms or triggers that can be analyzed via the European Union system in order to understand what's going on a place. Of course, it takes time to adjust the system. It takes time to augment technology. It takes time. It needs to be tested. It's not sure that it will work. But the point is that there is this technology and it needs to be used, because what we realized, for instance, working in Ukraine with the European Union mission that is trying to support Ukrainian authorities regarding countering crime related to cultural property. What happened there is, despite the fact that Ukraine was a signer of all the major conventions regarding cultural heritage protection, for instance, in the museum in Kherson, the museum was looted. Also, all the information regarding the collection was kept by Russian forces, and now it's difficult for the Ukrainian authorities to understand what was there, what has been concretely taken, how to identify what is missing, and in this, the help of it's important and needs to be put to use, both for member states and for third parties.
I feel you. I support you very much. Exactly. However, concerning NATO, to be very honest, this organization is still very careful regarding to make projects outside of the alliance. We know that NATO has changed their policy very much to deterrence and defense and deterrence. So all topics there, including CPP, but also protection of civilians, shield from conflict, combating trafficking human beings, or conflict-related sexual violence, all these 5 big cross-cutting topics are now concentrated on defense. When we began with these projects, in particular with CPP, it's very clear. This project, at that time, CPP was orientated to stabilization missions or stabilization operations. This has changed completely. However, they have also to keep speeding up all the developments like artificial intelligence, hybrid, counter-warfare, all the things. So even the organization, NATO, is forced to do something on that. And beyond that, and the most important thing, is to cooperate with other organizations like the European Union, like United Nations, like the OSCE, yeah? So there's nowhere around about that. So, but we have a mix of member states. Some of them are reluctant, some of them they're very progressive to do something. So this is a balance, it's an act of balance. And when we developed the action plan from 2019 till today, till when I was there still in the Human Security Unit in NATO, it was very sensitive, most of the most sensitive topics in comparison to protection of civilian or Chilean conflict. That's why this topic should be developed, should be also convinced, not only in some nations, allied nations, but also to convince the partners, and it's important, and it doesn't matter in which part of the world. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and to echo the sentiments of my colleagues on stage here, from the OSCE perspective, taking a look at hybrid warfare, modernized conflict, asymmetrical warfare, the OSCE tries to take a look at all aspects of threats to human security within the European area or the OSCE area. And that includes everything from AI, use of cyber, as well as cultural property protection, transnational threats, movement of terrorism, or movement of terrorists, organized crime, etc., and onwards and onwards. For those of you who don't know, the OSCE is the world's largest regional security organization under Chapter 6 of the UN, encompassing 57 participating states, including Canada, United States, the entirety of Europe, even the microstates, Turkey, and all the former Soviet republics and Mongolia, which makes business complicated at the best of times. But the approach that we'd like to take, given on the Heritage Crime Task Force, given the asymmetrical nature of conflict, but also taking a look at traditional conflict, is we try to bring all the players into the mix to try to get a better idea of what's happening. We cannot just be looking at it from a military perspective. We cannot be looking at cultural property protection, from just an organization perspective or just a police perspective. So the team, as we currently stand, try to take a look at it from every single perspective, whether we have members of border management, customs, police, forensic financial cyber investigators, military, museums, academia, as well as state prosecutors, and the use of technology in that fight to try and bring something tangible to the table to actually make it useful for frontline forces, to make it useful either within the OSCE area or outside the OSCE area if there's an opportunity to cooperate. And what we're finding is that this mixed approach in terms of cross-agency, cross-border, and use of technology in traditional crime scene investigation, we're making quite a difference. And I think that's going to be the approach for the future, is taking a look at how this cross-agency approach can impact non-traditional threats.
Thank you very much for that one, because that fits also quite nicely into, so to say, one of the questions I wanted to raise is, how can the UN, European Union, NATO, OECD better coordinate to ensure the protection of cultural heritage during conflicts? Is there a need for more binding agreements or shared guidelines across those organizations? Is there, so to say, a wish list from the UNESCO in that respect?
For the partnership and networking, I think it's the time to once again to highlight the important outcomes of the Hague Conference, which highlighted the creation first of the Civil-Military Alliance, and of course is the entry point to collaborate among partners, not only within the framework of the Hague Convention, but also to extend this collaboration. Includes the policy. So we were involved in the discussion and development of the EU policy, NATO policy. So we are partner already, maybe not on paper officially by signing agreements, but we are partner. We are collaborating. We are exchanging on different policy and the how to operationalize this treaty is a very difficult word to pronounce, but the tools we have, what we have to develop, and also using new technology, how to better use this tool, not only to have them, but how to promote and how we can involve the new generation, young people, and in that way the Hague Conference gave us a possibility to create a new working group involving young people, young professional, military and civilian, to think about the artificial intelligence principles. And of course, UNESCO will not be alone to develop this. All partners will be involved, and I'm also very grateful for our partner from UNITAR, UNASAT, to be with us, because they are our daily partner in monitoring using remote sensing satellite technology to monitor the cultural property during the wartime. So we started this in Ukraine, of course, previously in Ukraine, and also we extend this use of the remote sensing satellite monitoring to other countries, and they will be one of the important principles which will be included.
Dominic, you know the NATO, you know the European Union in the military setup. How would you answer on that one? More guidelines, more, so to say, issues where you say shared guidelines, binding agreements, or do you say the current situation is already nearly perfect?
Nothing is perfect. And I think that too much guidelines are also blocking a little bit. I think the most important thing is to have to be pragmatic, very pragmatic, and to say very clear who is doing what in which phase. This is very complicated because exactly in what we have now, the situation in Ukraine, now we have this situation that NATO is doing a lot of things and the European Union is doing a lot of things. And there are also bilateral things ongoing, by the way. That's why we have to focus a little bit, what is the main task for the soldier? I think this is the question. What the soldier has to do in the field, under European Union umbrella, under NATO umbrella, even under United Nations umbrella, and even OSCE, probably too, one day. So I think this is the core task. It should be that the individual state and their soldiers have to respect CPP, based on the Hague Convention, based on other national legislations. And at the end, in the field itself, there must be also a lead agency and guiding what has to be done. And most in stabilization mission, it's a civilian organization. It's less the military. The military can provide expertise. The military can provide material. The military can provide support in a lot of dimensions. But I think that we have to focus on that. And now in Ukraine, we have a little bit different situation. We have a war ongoing. So it might be very difficult now, on the parallel the European Union is doing, it has the context with authorities there in CPP, but NATO is not at the moment involved in Ukraine regarding CPP. So I checked, by the way, last week with my colleague in the HQ. So there's no project ongoing that at the moment. Nevertheless, we have a joint declaration, a third joint declaration, which is not really expressed that there's a cooperation in CPP particularly, but there's a cooperation in general with both organizations. However, I think for us it's important, and even getting on the ground, who is doing what, which is the lead agency, where we can stick to them, where we can contact them, and then we can divide exactly the portfolio on the ground. And I think this is the best way, and not to write too much directives, guidelines. red tape policy, and we should avoid red tape policy because otherwise we're overwhelmed. And I think the soldiers have other problems on the ground either. Thank you.
When you look on the soldier on the ground, so what would be your experience as you was in the training area and so on? What would you improve in that respect if you were ready and have the blank sheet in front of you?
Okay, I can talk about my experience, and of course, I'm not speaking for the European Union in this case. First of all, believe me, it's already important. We're discussing this year with a lot of uniformed people. As I said, I've been doing this for quite some time, not that much time in the European Union. But when I started working with the European Union, and we will see that tomorrow, the awareness of the problem was close to zero. It's not like that anymore. So this is already a good thing. Secondly, training. Training, it's necessary.
See the faces knocking down, that means a yes, and some laugh in the auditorium, so you're not the only person.
Okay. Then it's building up, but I totally agree with the colonel. Too much regulation could backfire. There are regulations in places, adjust what it's there, provide the necessary training, let the operators work on it. I am an operator. I am in the policy making in this moment by chance for a series of coincidences. But the point is that the operators on the ground, they need training, simple rule, incentives, and problems if you don't apply the rules. And when you have that, I guess you can actually have results. And we're seeing it. Simple steps, but building. There's been a lot of advancement in the last 50 years on the implementation of the Air Convention. And it's, I see an amelioration and more, especially from the high level, more awareness on the importance, on the problem, and on working on this. And it's already a good point. Let's keep up, let's be consistent. That is the point, being consistent and continue to implement what's already in place.
From my side, completely agree with you. Less regulation, less agreements, I think, are good at less teams like mine and ours, the task force, to be a bit more nimble in our approach. Of course, we're always going to push for legal agreements where legal agreements are necessary in order to facilitate downstream prosecution, whether it's at the ICC or even a national court. But from our perspective, we're in the same page. And what we try to push is regional partnerships, national partnerships, and international partnerships. We want everyone at conferences like this to exchange cards and understand that our bread and butter is customs, border management, and sort of the counter-trafficking perspective. So we try to tell customs officers or border management officials they have the power to hold something for 48 to 72 hours. Pick up the phone and make a phone call. It doesn't have to go up 7 layers through approval, 2 layers over and 7 layers down at that initial stage. There are ways to make this work. There are ways to make operations work. When we started this process 7 years ago, 7 years ago as a pilot project, like you said, there was a complete and utter lack of awareness. Now we built that awareness, and the task force itself has grown from 8 officers to now 70 officers from 38 different countries and organizations. These partnerships matter. These are partnerships I can call in real time, that everyone in the task force can call in real time. And having the ability to do so, I think empowers frontline forces quite a bit. And of course, the question of the session is Hague 54 still relevant? Does it need to be modernized? I think, of course, it is still relevant, but we need to be smart about our approach. And the big thing in that is we need to take a look at how law enforcement can work with military, can work with prosecutors, and have those networks in place in peacetime so that when, pardon the expression, the shit hits the fan and we actually delve into conflict, everyone knows who's who in the zoo and who's doing what. And I think that's the approach we need to take.
I wanted to give the microphone to our legal expert, You wanted to have the microphone, so it's yours.
I have it. I think I'm not going to ask to add anything legal. I actually have a question, but maybe just to add some substance. So it's a general discussion that we have in international humanitarian law in particular. Whenever there's a new weapon, whenever there's a change in technology, are the conventions enough? Can they adapt to new developments, or do we need new ones? I think the beauty of the very rudimentary provisions that we have in some of the conventions is that they are adaptable, and it's easier to change guidelines or policies and practices than international agreements. So I really think that the framework that we have with regard to the 1954 Convention and the protocols, is a very solid one, and it's one that can be easily operationalized. What we still are facing, and this is not only in the protection of cultural property but also in other areas, is missing implementation. And then we have states that have very elaborated programs already in peacetime in preparation, and other states do not have. So of course this is one of the angles where one needs to go in. I also underline everything what has been said with regard to coordination. That's a huge issue that we see in our times, independent of what the area is, that we have so many organizations on the national level, on the regional level, on the international level, NGOs that are increasingly also taking part in activities on the ground. And what is very often missing is a coordination. And there I would like to ask a very naive question with regards to Ukraine, because I have the impression you're talking about certain partnerships, and you too, but I have the impression they are organizational linked. So I'm wondering, just a question around, is there some kind of coordination, for instance, with regard to Ukraine when it comes to the protection of cultural property? Thank you.
Sure. Yes. I'll pass it over to Anna next. We've actually talked about this during the break. From the OSCE perspective, yes, there is. We're assisting not only Ukrainian ministries, but bringing together other organizations and police forces to assist Ukraine on protection of its cultural property, whether that's in situ or whether that's the prevention of cross-border trafficking of its items. And recently we've been talking quite a bit with UNESCO, with EUAM, with other partners about how we work together to work with, say, the Office of the Prosecutor General in Ukraine to make sure that we're coordinating our efforts, to make sure we're not, doubling up on resources, and to make sure that there is a broader international coalition, to assist Ukraine in these efforts.
So the Ukrainians are in the lead, they're the coordinating factors.
Yes, of course, so we know very well our duty, our mandate. Each organization has its own mandate, but we are coordinating. Of course, for the CPP, it's very clear that is the monitoring use on-site and remote. So from the beginning, we established like a coordination network and monthly meetings, inviting all partners, for example, involved in the monitoring, and of course with Ukrainian authority, it's coordinated fully with the Minister of Culture, but all partners sitting in this room, but also the many partners involved, are participating in that meeting under the leadership of UNESCO. So on the CPP, for these specific topics, we are coordinating this network, and we exchanging information. And also what I would like maybe to switch on the other topics is the data. So we are gathering data through all these networks. We have data. So the question is also how to data collected, how data they used, and that is the question with the work with the judiciary personnel, how the data could be transferred and then taken into account in other processes. So the first training have been conducted in coordination also with partners, we informed all partners. It is the training for the General Prosecutor Office in Ukraine with involvement with the Minister of Culture. So it's the judiciary, military and civil professionals contributing to the establishment of this process of data managing.
And then additionally from our side, Ukraine comes to us to ask us for specific training, to provide specific intelligence that they'd like us to share across the board with ministries of culture, with police, with border guards, etc. But it is state-driven, facilitated by the organization.
Yes, there is a cooperation between EU and the partners, but in NATO we have to stick really to the military tasks. So in the military domain, there's nothing ongoing yet. I think we have to differ this very clear, because to train now the Ukrainian soldiers in CPP, it might be this is a little difficult at the moment. They have other problems ongoing. However, when they issued or released their protection of civilian directive based on the directive of NATO, CPP was really also topic in there. But it's not activated, yes? So we have to be very patient now at the moment. NATO is a little bit in the back. However, but this kind of cooperation between Frontex and the police and judiciary in CPP is ongoing, but NATO is really sticking really to the military. Thank you very much.
Let's come back to the presentation of Christoph Hütterer, where he showed how in Austria the list of cultural properties is, so to say, derived and is put together. So the question for me is, when you are in countries where there is not that well-developed setup and well-developed structure, what are your ideas and what is done by international organizations to support those countries to develop such lists?
Maybe the last example is the newly member of the community is Mauritania, who just ratified the treaties, and immediately they started the process. I'm very proud of this, because this was my first country when I started work at UNESCO many years ago, but that how active. Of course, they don't have the same level of capacity yet, but the immediate action to request the assistance from UNESCO through the second protocol fund, to start with the nomination process, with the identification of sites, marking of sites. It was quite very impressive. So how with very few resources you can already start at least to promote the provisions of safeguarding of manuscript. It was enlarged because the outside community, they are not very know that the Hague Convention not only about buildings, it's about archives, it's about the libraries, it's about the manuscripts, so it's about the memory of the world. And for example, from Lebanon, there is a very interesting example, is there will be the first site which is inscribed on the Memory of the World program, a UNESCO program. So this is also an example. But with a few money, we can do a lot if we have real will to do it.
If I may, from my side, from the pure law enforcement perspective, not the archaeological, the art, the cultural property perspective, we drill it down to show, and we check with those states to see whether they have awareness, whether they have training programs for their police, their border guards, etc. And then we go in to try to help those services understand why this is a threat. It's pretty obvious for police and border guards. If they see a gun or they see a bag of cocaine, that's an immediate threat, but they might not understand how cultural property, the trafficking of cultural property, whether in times of peace or conflict, can contribute to that conflict, organized crime, and terrorism financing. So we typically make it about the security side of things, just to make them sort of wake up a little bit. When you get them sort of hooked on that side, then they can start to build further programs. We involve academia, we involve museums, we involve ministries of culture, and we bring everyone into the loop to make sure that at least at the national level, they start talking to each other about why this matters, why these things are often running with narcotics, with weapons, with other things, and when it comes to the trafficking side of things, and that something can be done about it at a relatively easy pace and low cost.
And just to add a point, the European Union is the Commission, is the External Action Service. It is institution of the member states. What is the strength of one country can be something that is not really extensively developed in another in the European Union, but there is a program, there are two programs actually in the European Union funded by the Commission, Twinning and TIEX, that are designed specifically to support peer-to-peer cooperation with third members countries, and they can be used also in the field of cultural property in order to support, again, because the European Union can only support local authorities, but if a request arrives from, for instance, there has been requests in the field of cultural heritage enhancement and protection from Libya, from North Macedonia, from, I think, other Balkan countries, on peer-to-peer support from the European Union, in which European Union institutions support partner countries with expertise from their institution that is available with the support of the funds of the European Commission. And it's, of course, the funds are limited, but the process is quite easy when there is the will from the local authorities to request the support of a European Union member state.
You were just using, I'm a banker by training, you were just mentioning, so to say, financial support, logistical and financial support. What is your idea which international assistance, which institution should be more used or more established? Or are you happy with the current situation? You have enough money? If you say yes, you're the first person who tells that to me.
Well, just to cite something that has happened really recently, the Hungarian presidency, the current presidency of the European Union, on the 9th of September, organized specifically a workshop on cultural heritage protection and a high-level conference. And one of the points was funding for cultural heritage protection, because funds are shrinking and demands are getting higher. And one of the options analyzed was private-public partnership. This is something that is being discussed in this moment, because of course, as I said, we cannot hope to have public funding for everything. There is the need to raise funds. And one of the options, for instance, was the idea of public-private partnership.
On the side of UNESCO, so within the framework of the Hague Convention and its second protocol, there's a fund established which is open to all state parties for the voluntary contribution. It's not mandatory, it's voluntary, but for other countries to request for the assistance. And quite recently, in October last, the Executive Board of UNESCO reactivated the special account also established in the 60 and the Hague Convention. So now there is the fully available financial instruments really established for the cultural property protection and open to all state parties to contribute voluntary. But maybe I use this platform just to invite all state parties to contribute. This fund is dedicated really to the technical assistance and to support the different activity. And as you mentioned, in peacetime, we have to really focus our activity on peacetime period, because there is the most important to be prepared against unforeseeable effect of the conflict. But of course, there is also the Heritage Emergency Fund established for the emergency situation, and also the quite very well supported by the donors and state party.
You have some funds?
Yes, I do. However, I need to scrounge for those funds. So I have been very lucky to have a number of well-heeled donor states that have funded our activities so far. But of course, we're trying to find a way for the organizations to actually work better together, frankly, because it's a land of inflation and diminishing resources. So If there's a way that we can make the organizations work together or look at public-private partnerships, it's something we've investigated as well. And you can do so without unduly influencing how the policies might go based on the priorities of said private corporation, then I think it's something that could be explored. In terms of working together, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Just the very, very recent information, I would like to use also the opportunity to take the UK government, because they have provided a contribution to support 2 military trainings, one in Sahel, another one with Gulag region. It's very quite new information now, and we will implement it also using our network of field offices. So the UNESCO has the field offices around the world, and we are coordinating our activity also with our colleagues directly linked with the local governments, national authorities out there. Is very through military training, we are expanding also the provision of the implementation of the convention.
Yes, I can choose a little bit. No, regarding NATO, there's no financial procedures in this sense that Alfio explained before. This is more on the NATO science and security policy domain. They're contributing money. For example, the report from 2017, when it was issued, they explained a little the best practices, how to consider CPP in operations. And then we have the directive. But there's for sure military cooperation on a bilateral way, but this is less NATO. It's the country to the country. It's not NATO. That we have to differ also at this point. But in general, the direction is now to train the soldiers of the alliance in defense and terrorism regarding CPP, and also the other 4 human security topics, as I mentioned before. Then we'll see how and when the policy will be endorsed in the next year, hopefully. I think this is a status quo in NATO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have heard today from Karl Habsburg that there is already a regulation concerning United Nations peacekeeping and conflict resolutions, and should the cultural property protection also be systematically included in the peacekeeping mandates? Because I know in Austria there are many cultural protection officers who wanted to be part of a peacekeeping function where Austria is sending soldiers, but the answer was always there is no mandate for that one, so we can't send you there.
That's correct. Yes, that's true. It depends of the mission, and it depends of the operation in the mandate. Is it really a necessary tool to have CPP automatically? It's quite difficult, because if you are on different continents, we have different problems, we have different challenges. And when I was in Mali, for example, there was a request, even from my country, Dominic, can we do something on CPP? I said very frankly, no, we cannot. Because we were in a situation at that time that even this private company of the Russians came in particular the northern part, where in Timbuktu. So this was a lost terrain. So there was a no-go area, actually, an outbound area. And by the way, and this is also interesting to mention, European training mission is a training mission, and it's not an operation. So primarily, this should have been in the responsibility of the United Nations at that time, with MINUSMA, as an operation element of the United Nations, but was never covered in this form. Protection of civilian more. And then we have to consider one thing important too. If we have a situation like in Ukraine with the war ongoing, or even in the Middle East, we might be at the priority to protect the human beings, the people, women, men, children, and then the cultural side is the next. And he's also the former commander of the embassy school, Brigadier General retired Fürstenhofer, said very clear once. First, is the human being, and then the other things. I think that we should also consider when we are going to operations and missions.
So, as you mentioned, the training of peacekeepers is one of the main objectives when we are defining the models for training. So now we are launching the large-scale project development of the MOOC to give a possibility also to access to some at least basic knowledge of duty, but also to go through more in details with the training of including peacekeepers where they're intervening in the operations. So the basic understanding of their responsibility, because from the criminal perspective, the responsibility is also individual. So if there is any distraction, they have to understand that there could be the consequences of the decision they are taking by the highest level of the commander, but also by the soldiers itself. So, of course, which is responding in the order mandated by the commanders. So there is a channel. So our modules include the description of all these processes which needs to be known when the peacekeepers or military is in operation.
So thank you very much. We are discussing, so to say, the borders of the Hague Convention 54. And from a legal perspective, does this Hague Convention adequately address the realities of modern conflicts, especially with non-state actors, asymmetric warfare? What would you say if you would have to add some elements to the convention? Is this necessary, or in your understanding from the legal perspective, so to say, is this asymmetric terrorism, including and so on, already well mirrored in the regulations?
I think one can operate quite well in the context of international humanitarian law without the specific denominations of terrorist groups or extremist groups, and bring it down to obligations under international humanitarian law, and that makes things easier. So we do have the reflection of non-state actors to some extent already in the 1954 convention, and then of course more broadly in the 1999 protocol. So I don't think that we are in dire need for new regulations. It's really how to bring the knowledge of these regulations to the groups that are involved. And then sometimes you reach a area, you reach a border, no? International law in general, and this is not only with regard to non-states groups, but also with regard to states, one builds on a certain level of openness and willingness to do something. And then you have different constellations of states that really want to do something, and some states that are kind of there, but they swim with it. But if you reach a point or a state that is just unwilling to do something, you have very few enforcement mechanisms in international law. And the same is true with regards to non-state groups that are clearly do not want to adhere to certain rules. That doesn't mean that the rules don't apply. It's just that there will be no relief during the time of the armed conflict. So we're really stuck then with international criminal law and responsibility after the fact. But for me personally, I think the legal framework is there. So on the one hand side, further dissemination, in particular, going very actively towards non-state actors. And if that fails, we are left with the criminal side. So again, for states, being prepared to have the crimes implementing in their national criminal courts, or be part of an international criminal court. Thank you.
Any comments from the podium?
not from the legal points, but the non-state actors, they are coming from the community. So if we start to work with community more closely, and that is the possible link between 54 and 2003 convention, because 2003 is about communities within the community. So enhancing the community culture could prevent that non-state actors, when they will come to some particular places, they are already sensitized that this is my culture. So this is the most important work we have to, maybe for the future, to have this community-related and results-based approach.
Thank you very much. So now we were speaking a lot of, you were silent. Now we give you the chance. Do you have questions for the auditorium, or do you want to give some comments? The microphone is coming.
Thank you very much, and I thank all the panelists for very interesting and comprehensive responses, and I saw that there were also internal questions to each other. And, well, I'm speaking as a part of the constituency, your constituency. So you know, with all disclaimer in advance, you know, we definitely appreciate all the work that has been done, especially in terms of in cultural protection and protection of the cultural heritage. Of course, this is lots of efforts have been done. This is what we have to admit. Well, I would like to touch upon the questions, probably continue the question that was raised by Madam Riesenger, Dr. Riesenger, about the partnership and the cooperation in the organization. So that's why I start as a constituency, and especially in terms of the supporting these organizations and assisting the organizations. Well, I think one of the brilliant examples that I would like to remind my colleague from UNESCO, one of the brilliant examples is the military manual that we have published in UNESCO and for the protection of the cultural heritage. This was one of the very important manuals, I believe a historical manual. It was published by the support of the government of Azerbaijan, and together jointly with UNESCO we made the presentation at the NATO headquarters, the military manual for the protection of the cultural heritage for member states. So this is, I believe, it's an extremely important, and it's good that it would be good if we update, refresh a new version of it. But with all due respect, I believe we could have more partnership, definitely, and I believe, you know, as a member state, from the perspective of a member states, also more involving the member states in terms of the partnerships. We believe we have more room for the partnership, and we believe there is more potential that we could tap on, especially in the areas of the protection of the cultural heritage. I believe there's also room for less politicization and more non-selective approach in terms of the approaches that we take, or the areas of the partnership that we're engaged. Well, you know, from the perspective of the member states, we could see more the loopholes that we could cover. Of course, as Azerbaijan, we are not, you know, we are not exactly the constituency of all the organizations, but at least we have UNESCO and OSCE that we are the part of. So we believe there is more room. We could move forward and to transform the symbolic power of Hague Convention into more robust and more effective implementation. Well, with the support of the member states, we have recently implemented or adopted new guidelines on the monitoring mechanisms, which is really important step forward. Of course, we have to mention the positive sides and the negative sides, but there have been cases when we have seen the selective approaches, when we have seen lots of polarization and politicization, which we could avoid, that really hurts hurts the effective implementation of the Hague Convention, which is key to all of us. This is pretty much short remarks. It's not a question, but that is my observation and remarks to the.
Thank you for the remarks. It is a good addition to the statements we made on the panel. Any other questions, statements? No? So then a final round. Everybody has the chance now to say whatever you wanted to say to us.
Just maybe in response to Her Excellencies, I would like ask my colleague to put on the screen the photo with the QR code to all tools developed, including thanks to the government of the Azerbaijan. And also I would like to thank you and Austria for supporting this monitoring mechanism, which we presented already through the whole morning session. It was mentioned in the presentation by the Assistant Director General for Culture this morning, and highlighted also through the important work under chairmanship by Austria with Claudia Rennprecht and all specialists. So I think that is the new tools in our hands, and now we just need to implement them. And Azerbaijan is a member of the committee, so that is the important impulse we have now in our hands as the Secretariat to assist the State Party in the implementation process.
Just a few last words from me. Again, thank you again for having the OSCE here. We're very happy to be here. Just want to highlight again that for anybody who does want assistance in cultural property protection, specifically in relation to counter-trafficking, heritage crimes at a cross-border level, come approach me at dinner. I'm going to single out some of the members of the task force here. You can talk to any of them as well. So Alfio Golotta, Tim Lebert, put up your hands, guys. Tim Perbrick, Elke Kellner, Anna Kaiser, Anki Peterson, and at the very back of the room right now, Anya Krajinovic as well. You can come and speak to any of us, and we are happy to help and talk about what we can do together, because the momentum is growing, and these cross-border partnerships are important to what we do and what we do moving forward.
Thank you very much. Is now the slide already here, or you're just checking? So, now the floor is yours.
Just one last thing I want to reinforce what I said before. For the European Union, the most important thing is the willingness of our partners to work on this. The concept implemented the system to be in place to support on cultural heritage protection. If there is a will, there is a way. But the European Union can only support. And in this regard, I wanted just to jump a second back regarding the mandate of the missions. The European Union mission, the only one that has effectively cultural heritage protection in the mandate is EUAM Iraq. But it's not the only mission that is working, civilian mission that is working on cultural heritage protection, because, for instance, the mission in Ukraine, which I already cited, is working on cultural heritage protection in the framework of International Crime Unit. Cultural heritage protection is a cross-cutting issue. The mandates of the missions are broad enough for the European Union to at least address some of the parts of the action related to cultural heritage, but only to support. So if there is a need, the European Union can support.
First of all, I want to thank you also the National Defense Academy and also the Institute that organized this CPP event today and the next day, 2 days. Thank you very much for inviting also the Military Committee / former Human Security member of NATO. I think keywords are important from my perspective are partnership, mindset, and to achieve the common goals on the ground. Thank you.
Legal perspective is the last one. So
yes, I was wondering what I'm going to say, as I'm not representing an institution. I think what I would like to flag, and this goes a little bit beyond the Hague Convention, but with regard to international cultural heritage law in general, as so many areas of international law, it's also a piecemeal approach, and we have different conventions covering very specific areas of protection. And what I think can be seen within UNESCO and the different secretariats, a certain harmonization process, that we have different guidelines also and practices with regard to the different conventions. Some are further developed than others. And when we are talking about reforming certain aspects, as we did with the monitoring process, you orient yourself at the most advanced mechanisms. And this, of course, has a harmonization effect, which I personally find very interesting, because this is a little bit beyond the surface, beyond the hard law of the convention, but I think it's a very interesting direction that we are going, and which also helps towards a more comprehensive understanding of protection of international heritage law, not only based on the specific conventions, but towards a more general understanding. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now to the technicians. Do you have it? Okay, so now we are waiting for the slide. So it will now come.
As we have few additional minutes, so I would like just to announce that in December, from 11 to 12, there will be the ordinary session of the committee to the second protocol, and there will be also one important item on the regulation to use the blue shield emblem, because we noticed that in many countries there's very different kind of views, and just to jumping on the harmonization word, there will be the important step to harmonize the use of the emblem, to promote its use, also as it could help to increase the number of the inscriptions. So and I would like to invite all of you to follow the session of the committee, which will be live streamed, and there will be the important decision, and His Excellency Ambassador of Azerbaijan will be part of this committee, and that will be the important steps in the implementation of the convention too. That is the thing. Thank you.
That's all right.
Hope it will come.
Perfect.
So now you have to, this is the link. So thank you very much. A big applause to everybody. And now we are having then the buffet dinner. So thank you very much for all of you. Enjoy again in the evening. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock here. 9 o'clock. 9:30. So that's why I'm asking, yeah? Because my paper says 9.